What's going on, Tom? Oh,
Hey,
shit.
what's
Well,
good, Mike? Good to see you.
good to see you too, bro. How you been?
I've been good, man. I've been good. Been good.
Yeah, I've been training for me and my girl are trying to do a marathon. So I've been
Okay.
training. Yeah, I don't know. I saw Mr. Mask in the chat. He did 10 miles not too long ago, which is pretty insane. But if you asked to in the chat, Mr. Mask, I managed to get my time down to. I did 5K in 30 minutes and 28 seconds. So I shaved off 5 minutes from my last 5K, which was only 2 days ago. So it's going pretty
My
well.
girlfriend used to run marathons all the time before
Yeah,
you and I met. Yeah,
they're tough. Lifting weights is easy. Running marathons is it's but halfway
no,
through I
yeah,
wanted to
no,
die.
I know. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Well, I guess today you're here to tell stories from the old FGC. Now, I want to make a request because you
Yeah.
told loads and loads of stories, and it's Friday. I imagine some people have got some alcohol with them. People want to hear some juicy stories, some unheard of stories.
Okay, you're going to get some unheard of stories. Also, the main reason why I want to do this is, and I've talked to Mike a lot about this. I'm like, even like other established esports, like their history is well documented, but if they were to go to the FGC, once you start hitting, before 2009, 2005, most people don't know anything. Like history was not documented for a very long time. There are even some skeletons in the closet of Evo that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
And most people don't know how fighting games got from the arcade to where we are now. They don't know how it happened, why it happened, and they don't understand what it was. I find that OGs don't know what it's like for the modern players, and the modern players don't understand what it was like for the OGs. The
Mhm.
OGs are always going to say, "Oh, it's easier now because the games cater to whatever it is, right?" Yeah, somebody cries, they patch something, they change something, they want to. And there is some truth to that. It was a more of a figure it out yourself, and you got to understand from an OG's perspective how difficult it felt to figure out a game with no game facts, no forums, no YouTube. Like you had to figure out the game. You couldn't watch a combo guide. You had to truly innovate. And a lot of the strategies that people that are ingrained just in what wins in fighting games were created by people long before the modern era.
Mhm.
But that but to those people, the OGs, they say, "Oh, it was too easy to win now because you don't have to figure it out. Everything's on YouTube. Everything's this. Everything's that." And there are some aspects that are easier, but of course, there's more competition because information is spread more widespread. Even some guy in some local town that would have posed no threat to you, now this guy's a killer. So it does make it harder in some ways as well. And to younger players who think, oh, it was so easy back then because of XYZ, they really have no idea what it was like. They really don't understand. Um, I find that the modern player looks at the old days from the viewpoint of a time traveler. Like you and I could look at the way things were 100 years ago and think, "Oh man, we could have done this, that." But we have the benefit of 100 years of accumulated knowledge and history, right?
Mhm.
If we were to be born 100 years ago, we would have been just as dumbfounded as everybody else, right? The modern player doesn't realize, yeah, man, if I could go back then, yeah, of course. If you could go back 30 years and know everything and know the results of everything and know whatever, there is no scenario in which a time traveler would not dominate if he went backwards.
Mhm.
But modern players don't understand that you had to birth yourself in that era to understand the way it was. And people think humans are actually growing bigger, stronger, faster. We're not. Technology is getting better. Medical science is getting better. But like humans are so strong, yet there's more injuries than ever in sports. You know, because we're pushing ourselves past the people are smarter than ever. If they're so smart, it's easy to take theories by Einstein, Sir Isaac Newton, or any great scientist who discovered things long before you. But how many of these scientists would have actually discovered it?
Mhm.
It's easy to have. So humans are smarter than ever only because of information spreading, whatever. But are they the ones figuring it out? No. Which human here? Most human. Oh, I'm so smart. These people couldn't even understand how to build a pyramid yet. People they say that people who were using papyrus ropes and mud ramps, all false by the way, lost in history, we're building pyramids, without modern whatever technology, etc. So the reality is humans are not necessarily more smarter than ever. They have access to more information. So most people don't
Tom,
understand.
your mic is going. You sound like you're
Oh,
underwater.
let me get a little closer. Is this better now?
Yeah.
Sometimes I get let me move down some, so I'm a little closer to it. So there's all this confusion when it comes to like new players versus old players. Neither side really understands, and neither side knows what each other went through. Me, I was very blessed to be someone who competed at the highest level from the 90s all the way to 2015. Very few people have done that, and it just and I have a lot of respect for the younger players. I remember being an older player, and it feels like you can still compete. Like you'll get in practice mode and you're like, oh man, I can still execute. I can still do XYZ. You're doing the combos, you're doing whatever. And you're like, you know what, man? I could maybe take some time from work or whatever my career is, or whatever I'm studying, get back into it. And then you play someone and you get mixed and you're like, nope, absolutely not. I don't have the time. And you know what I mean? You realize where you really stand. But neither side really has a healthy respect for the other. And as such, a lot of the stories, a lot of the history, a lot of really, if you were ever like a legendary figure, like before Sonic Fox, there were other legendary figures. You know what I mean? Um, Valle, people like that who've just dominated. You don't have to be as good. And most people don't realize this. They'll try to say, oh, well, you're not Daigo, you're not Sonic Fox. One person's greatness does not diminish another.
Hmm.
If you have to argue, well, who was greater? Sure, you could say Sonic, whatever, but you are in the room with those people that dominated multiple eras. It does because they'll make it seem like OPL garbage. Do you understand? Less than 1% of the entire, not top players, less than 1% of the most elite of the elite are in the same room as PL. But because people put Sonic Fox over him, they make it seem like this guy's in the gutter.
Can I play devil's advocate on this
Sure.
then?
Yeah.
I don't usually play devil's advocate, but I want to get from your perspective. So, you brought up PO as an example,
Yeah.
but even not just PO, but people in his sort of like bracket or era, would you say that the reason that they were able to thrive as much as they were is because the pool was so tiny in comparison to the pool that exists now, which
No,
is much, much
no.
bigger?
Let me give you an example. Mortal Kombat is the biggest culprit of this. When even let's not even talk about my arcade era and the 3D because the 3D games were whatever. But let's just talk about MK9 and MKX and Injustice 1. You have the MK11 community, the Mortal Kombat community got kind of puffed their chest out syndrome, right? Being like MK9 3 to 500, MKX, that was good. You're like 500-600, but look at us now. 1,500 at Evo, cuz 800 at Combo Breaker. Those low numbers of 300 or 150 man regionals, that's weak competition. But what happened to Mortal Kombat? Their tournaments turned to 60, 80, 100. But then if you were to say, well, hey, by your own standard, you guys can't even pull 500 people at Evo. Wouldn't that mean that it's the easiest by the numbers? It's never been easier to win in Mortal Kombat, right? By the
Hmm.
numbers. Well, it all depends who was there. Well, no. Because when they're talking about 150, 300, and 500, they're not talking about who was there, who you had to beat. They're talking about there's just so many more players, man. But then we were like, hey, man, didn't you have a Pro Series qualifier for 10 grand with 64 people? A 5-year-old could have won that by your logic, right? Anyone can win a 64-man tournament. Like they would say, well, no, you don't know who was there. Oh, well, hold on now. So the FGC loves to do what I like to call it. The term option select is such a great term for the FGC because the FGC are career option selectors. When you have 1,500 people to 2,000 people, it's never been harder. Look at the competition. It was easy with 500 people. It was easy with 300 people. Hey, man, doesn't your tournament have 100 people now? Well, the numbers don't tell the whole story because you don't really know. Remember when the last Evo had MK one had MK9 numbers. But if you were to bring up, hey, it's got MK9 numbers by your logic, well, the world hates on Mortal Kombat. More would be there, but, and you don't know who was there. Look at that stacked top eight. Oh, I'm going to bring up another thing.
But Tom, what if we use a better argument, right? Let's not use the numbers argument. Let's say that this era's players are better because they have access to the internet where tech can be shared and learned, so it forces them to learn new ways to play versus older
Better
players
is
that
relevant.
didn't.
It's tough to say that better is relevant.
No, I'm
Kevin,
asking you, is that a meaningful distinction?
no, and here's why. It's all relative. Let me give you an example. You know who Kevin Durant is in the NBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant is a 7-footer who has handles, can pull up from 40, etc. Right? Now, clearly, if you put Kevin Durant in the 1960s, he's on another level, right? But if Kevin Durant were born in 1940, he would, even though he has all the skill to be Kevin Durant, right? They would have said, you're 7 feet tall, you're going to stand under the basket. He would have no handles, he would have no jumper, he would have none of that. Even though he would have the potential to be that, that's how things were done. A modern player today isn't necessarily better because they're better. They're better because of information. You can say the same thing for an older player. You could say, what you can say is I believe the very peak of the peak. I would say 1% of the 1% were as good as the modern player today, right? However, on average, it is much harder because that average to good is significantly better back in the day than average to good. There used to be a time when you were an ultra elite player and you would go against a good player, and that good player, despite being good, would pose zero threat to you. And it's for multiple reasons. One, he's not going to have the access, right? So if you're in a major city, California, New York, Chicago, Florida, somewhere like that, or somewhere in Florida, you know what I mean? Major city, Florida's a state, but you know what I mean? Like if you were California's a state, but you know what I mean? All NorCal, SoCal, SHGL, SVGL, you're going to have a significant advantage. However, the 1% of the 1% in those areas were as good as any modern player today, right? We see this all the time. How many younger players with access to multiple information go into MK9 and yet Kerbo will still win or someone like that will still win? Right? You know what
How
I
many
mean?
young players are playing MK9 though?
No, I understand that it's not accessible. Or how many players, it's not accessible. So you're never going to get a, new versus old because the game will never be accessible, But my point is, the hardness is relative because if I were to take a modern player today and put him in North Dakota, there may be some top players from North Dakota today, but ain't nobody going to be top in North Dakota 15 years ago, because he just doesn't have access to it. So the
So
access,
do you not think that the players of today, if you gave like let's say the best player of like the digital age of Mortal Kombat, then the best player of the 3D age, and the best player of the modern age, if you gave them every single Mortal Kombat game, which era do you think will come out on top?
I think it'll be different because games are relative for the skill sets of that era. In other words, in the 90s and early 2000s, defensive play, there was a big emphasis on strong defensive play. Do I think a modern player could play one of these Turtle Fest games? They would probably quit, to be honest with you. I truly, the modern player today doesn't even want to play a game if you can throw projectiles. If you take a modern Mortal Kombat player and put them in another game, they would complain about zoning or whatever else it is, So, but if you say the top of the top, well, look at Sonic Fox. Sonic Fox is the classic example of this. Sonic Fox is the top of the top in NRS. There's really no disputing this, right? As great as Sonic is. However, Sonic Fox is what I do call the FGC option select. When he's coming into his own, Sonic Fox would have been the best. Here he is 18, 19, and he's playing like Injustice and some MKX, and he's going back and winning these, MK1 to MK9 tournaments. And it's like, here's the proof, man. The guy is as good as anyone would have ever been. So when he goes back and he dominates, hail to the king, right? But then when PL or someone like that comes out of retirement and wipes the floor with Sonic Fox, and I'm not going to lie here, PL has wiped the the floor with Sonic Fox and MK9. Sonic Fox, he won the fake Evo tournament. Everybody said hail to the king. He's old enough now. He wasn't, and this is you can't have it both ways. The modern era likes things both ways. When someone from today goes back and dominates, they say, "There's the proof. They were just too young." But then if an OG says, "Okay, I'll see this," like PL did, and mollywops him, well, he is kind of young still, and even when had he had won the what's it called, a combo breaker that 2 years ago, or 2018, that had all the NRS games, Injustice 2, MKX, etc. Had he had won, they'd have been saying, "Here's the king. Here's the king. He lost the Kerbo." Well, how serious is Sonic taking it? If Sonic beats PL at a fake Evo, well, he was just better. PL mops him up 2-3 times in a row. Well, Sonic is young. How serious is he taking it?
Is
So
this a thing that happened?
Yes. So this is the real beef where Sonic versus PL comes from, at least from PL's point of view. There was what we call the fake Evo. Evo MK9's fourth Evo was not official. It was a bring your own console tournament. So many people were there for Injustice. PL got ninth, almost made top 8. Sonic wins. But then the finals had to get, because Evo was like, "Get lost, guys. We don't have time." The finals had to get finished in a hotel room. So it wasn't an official tournament, right? And Sonic Fox wins. I think PL gets third. Sonic beats PL, etc. And then, and most people don't realize this, there was a show called Wule, hosted by a guy called Claude Van Stroke, in which Sonic came on and proclaimed that he knew he could outplay PL. I was on that show. And a lot of people, how the NRS community feels about PL. They were kind of dogpiling on him. Hail to the king. He would have won this. He would have won that. Now we're seeing the new generation, how great they are, etc. So PL got really upset. So PL came out of retirement, beats him at Summer Jam, goes on to win. Then he goes to, and you can find these videos on YouTube, but no one wants to look for them because of what the result. And then at the Fall Classic, Sonic PL puts him in losers, and then beats him again in grand finals. So there is no evidence that says Sonic would not be the best at MK9. No version of Sonic would have ever been the best at MK9.
Are these videos readily accessible now?
Yes. You can go on YouTube and look up. Let me get the exact title.
Yeah, this would be good to see. Street Shots, thank you for the $5.
How does no one know this?
I mean, it's so long ago, I probably forgot.
Yeah.
New players aim better than old ones. FGC, you offer Tom
That's not
some
true.
peanut
They're
butter
both
crackers.
the same. The very 1% of the 1% are equally as skilled. I believe any player in the 1% of the 1% today could have been in the 1% of the 1% back then. And any player in the 1% of the 1% back then could be in that club today. But instead of, these people being in an elite fraternity where you did what you did, you did what you did, you did what you did, we have to tear everyone down. It was easy for you. Nobody plays your game. This sucks. That sucks. I mean, this is kind of what the FGC does. It's the greatest hate community in the world. Let me see. Sonic.
I do have some additional rules for Monster Hunter, at least for World, since they give you some strong gear to blaze through low to high rank. But just before we continue the stream, Assault Black Feather. I had a look into Monster Hunter and how long it takes. I don't know if I should take this. I don't want to disappoint anyone. You want me to play this 70-hour game, and that means I have to stop playing Shenmue, I have to stop playing Virtua Fighter, I got to stop playing Yakuza to get through this game, all whilst Tokon is going on. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I got to think about it. I have to have a long think about this. I know you offered me 50 gift subs. That's super kind, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I gotta think
Let
about
me
it.
link this video to you very quick, Mike.
Monster Hunter isn't for you. I don't. I mean, I want to play it. I spoke to uh, JJBA yesterday, and I was like, oh my god, this is
Here we
gonna. I
go.
have to stop playing all my favorite shit. Let me get this up.
And let me not just shame the new players as saying they're master option selectors. OGs are master option selectors. They rest on what they've accomplished. We're going to come out of retirement. We're going to prove blah, blah, blah. But when they lose, I'm old. I don't have the time. So both OGs and new players are masterful option selectors. And the reality is neither one of them should get in their own way. I mean, it is what it is. You were great in your time. You're great now in your time. And eventually the people great today will no longer be great and somebody else will be great. Yeah. So this is PL beating Sonic Fox. I mean, no one talks about it, but and
I've
let me
never seen this match before.
yeah. Yeah. And let me also say this.
Yeah, they're right in.
Um even Sonic Fox, like for example, Kerbo. Kerbo, I have I did compete against Kerbo in tournament, his Cabal. Sub-Zero versus Cabal, and I did win that set 3-0. And this is not a fish. This is the beauty of MK9, because MK9, it doesn't make sense. You can't predict it on paper. It's very entertaining. And what I mean by this is, so here's Sonic Fox, who I use Sub-Zero, a bottom 10 character, beating one of the best Cabals in history. And it's sometimes you beat a player far better than you. Like Kerbo's a better player than me. And sometimes you have the matchup. But Kerbo is a better player than me, playing the better character by far, and I still was able to win. Then here's Sonic, light years better than me, playing every top-tier character in the game, and he couldn't do it. So this is why games like MK9 are exciting, because they don't make sense. You can watch, because normally you would say, oh my gosh, there's no way someone like Tom is going to beat someone like Kerbo or Sonic couldn't do it. Tom's not going to do it. But because MK9 catered to people's skill sets so well, as in there was a wide range of skill sets that were available in that game, there really is no such thing as like, oh wait, this is, who would watch this match or whatever. So yeah, and this is PL. Most people think like, PL, whatever. And also, I'm going to use Ninja Killer versus PL. Ninja Killer is one of the greatest fighting game players of all time. He's not in the conversation of PL. PL is a 3-time Evo champion. Ninja Killer is not on that list.
How many Evos has Ninja Killer won now?
1.
He's won one Evo. Thing is, Ninja Killer, I think people would open the argument up for him being not a more decorated player, but I think people would argue that he's a better fighting game player.
Now,
overall.
hold on now, because if we can, and this is the problem. People use Evos to disqualify you when someone has more. But when the person that we think is better has less Evos, then we say, well, he's not as decorated. So the FGC also changes their standards constantly.
Well, yeah, I'm just using my own standards. I wouldn't use placements as the be all and end all. They're a good measuring stick, but I would look at, if we're looking at you as a fighting game player overall, I just look at how you perform per game.
Sure.
I think that would be a fair way to look at it.
Ninja Kill is one of the greatest of all time, in my opinion. But again, most people don't. At least they'd be in the same room. You know what I'm saying? But nobody.
Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think's better at Mortal Kombat in general, Ninja Killer or PL?
You can't have. This is what I've always said with Sonic Fox when they say who's the greatest Mortal Kombat player of all time. Mortal Kombat, again, you can't pick and choose. Mortal Kombat is so different. You can't have a one because they're their own game. So Ninja Killer is definitely better at. So it's tough for me to say X because
I think Ninja
Killer did not compete, but he didn't compete in X.
But he did go up against people that were competing and he beat them.
You can't, and this is my biggest pet peeve. I don't care. You can't go back. You can't go back 5 and 10 years and then say, I'm beating you. Nobody 5 years after a game is done is ever going to be peak again. Like, there no way, let's say MK9. There is no way I'm going to be 10% of what I was in MK9. It's
But wasn't he
never going to
playing
happen.
them? Wasn't he playing them at the time?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. And let me look. I just want to be consistent here. I just want to be very consistent. Because he didn't compete in tournament, there were many versions of the game that we had to spend our money for. Pre-patch Quan Chi, pre-patch Lao, pre-patch Tanya, pre-patch Alien. He never had to fight any of that. Maybe online, but not in tournament. Oh, look, he's beating Sonic now. Brother, if he was playing Sonic back then, he's not playing the character Sonic are playing now. He's going to fight pre-patch Aaron Black, pre-patch Tanya, pre-patch Alien. That's who Sonic was winning with. He doesn't have to fight any of that. And you can say, oh, well, that was broken. I don't care. That's what was in the game at the time. And now, probably, I don't want to say, Luke, whatever's broken now. How would I know? I don't play it anymore. My point is, you are not competing against what the players had to compete in back then. So doing it now doesn't matter. No one should be able to circumvent what everybody else had to go through during those 2 years. And then now that I've circumvented it, I only have to play this version. Well, that doesn't matter. The tournament scene is simply not big enough right now for MKX to say who's what. There is no tournament scene.
I seem to recall videos of Ninja Killer from eons ago though on MKX.
Yeah, but it wasn't in tournament. And also, there was...
Also, I do have to say that for as good as PO is at MK9, Sonic Fox is keeping up with him. Like, this is way closer than I thought it was going to be.
This is also years after MK9's prime. This is PL shaking off the rust. This is not even prime PL. This is, like, hey, I haven't played it in a couple of years, but I'm tired of the talk, so I'm gonna come out of retirement.
So what year was this posted then? It was 11 years ago, 2014. Okay.
2014. Yeah. So it was about a year and a half post MK9. So certainly not. You're not. MK9 online is garbage. So you're not. You know what I mean? You're not playing anybody. You know what I'm saying?
But was Sonic Fox actively playing this game then? Because he's also moved on to other things.
Well, they both have. But the point is, when Sonic Fox wins, when he won the fake Evo, and PL tried to say, I don't play anymore, everybody said excuses. This is what I mean. You can't have it both ways. Yeah. PL says, I'm not playing anymore. I'm not competing anymore. I'm rusty. Excuses, hater, bow down to the king. But then when he comes out of retirement and does this, well, is he really playing? Is he rusty? And PL's like, you can't have it both ways. Bow to the king.
No, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. I'm saying this is, whatever. So again, people just don't understand the difference between OGs and modern players. Both had their own difficulties. Both had their own things to overcome. The top 1% of the 1% in the old days were just as skilled as players are as the players are today. They just had a bigger advantage because, again, if you live in Southern California against someone that lives, in North Dakota, they have no shot of competing against you. It doesn't matter what their potential could be. They have no shot of ever reaching it. You follow me? Because you have all the competition, you have all the players. So you could say it was easier to be a top player simply because you're going to have a lesser playing field as far as just the number of players that are on your level. But then as a Mortal Kombat player, you could say, well, MK tournaments for the lion's share of the game struggle to reach over 100, 150 people. You could say Mortal Kombat 1, MK1, was the same way. You had just as few top players as you did in 2012 because you had the same number of people that were there. So, but the players today, it's not about who had it easier. It just matters is what you do. I don't care if you're in the 1% of the 1% today. It doesn't matter about the game, the rules of the game, what type of game it is. If you are in that, it should be like a fraternity between the OGs who just want to see the players today succeed and have a better future than they did with opportunity. And it should be the younger players acknowledging how good the 1% of the 1%, not some guy that was a local player, some guy that could compete on a national and world stage even back then. You know, Daigo versus Alex Valle was huge at their first showdown. So I just think they need to have a healthy respect for each other and to respect each other's eras. You know, and I think a lot of the FGC history gets lost, and this is where I want to get into like the real history here. Um,
Yeah. Well, just
because
before you do, there was a super chat from What's the Most. He said, thanks for the $5, bro. Could the answer to this concept be the technology fighting games have with ghost fighters? Like if we had that old tech for MKs, we could see about these players. I don't think the technology is there
no,
to replicate it.
no, and also you got to understand also like games were different. They were different. A more modern fighting games are naturally going to be more offensive. I know. Well, I know, Lou, man. Eventually,
Lou
it's
did
gonna.
you, he
And
did
this,
you
how,
dirty.
this is how you know AI is worthless. AI is so bad, something a human can fix in 2 seconds, AI can't figure it out. You
I
know, like
mean, we'll get there one day. It's progressing pretty quickly.
it's. I don't. I think the AI bubble is going to crash over here in America, and most people are going to lose their 401k retirements when it does. But that's another subject for another day.
Okay.
But the the way these games were different. Games today are traditionally more offensive, and games back then were usually more defensive.
Hmm.
So they are different games altogether. Also, how do I say this? Characters were powerful, but not in a very scrubby way. And I'll take
What, like MK9?
yeah I'll take Freddy for example. People like to say, oh, today, woo, you'd have every Freddy off the street zoning, every Cabal off the street. No, because it's not a matter of use this one thing and profit. To play a character like Freddy is a combination of straight spike, ground, like crawl spike, uh, hell spike, close, medium, far, extra far, or maybe it was just three, EX spike, nightmare stance, etc. And you had to use all these things in conjunction to make him a powerful zoner, which comes to your decisions. So there was no how do you zone with Freddy? Well, you use these moves in conjunction with each other. Well, how do I know when to do what? That's on you. Cabal. There were many cabals that could execute the pressure, many cabals that could zone very, very well, but no cabal, besides a few, had the whole total package. Cabal was a combination of instant air gas blast, then the slightly higher, almost instant air gas blast, ground saw, knowing when to rip the EX Nomad Dash, when to use EX Nomad Dash and cancel, when to threaten with Nomad Dash or rip it or just cancel in front, when to come in and pressure, when do you break off pressure into pokes to keep your advantage, when do you break off pressure into more zoning, when do you end pressure with grounds with a special like a saw or overhead hook swords. All these things matter. You needed to do like 10, 11 things to make the character extremely good. So it was this is why most people did not just play Cabal and just do this and win. Most people couldn't do that because it wasn't as simple as just do this and win. Who won Combo Breaker by a Super Bowl, right? And Super Bowl won Combo Breaker in MK9. Um, Now, if it Rewind is an excellent player, one of the smartest players I know. If Cabal was just as simple as do Cabal things and profit, Rewind would be Rewind. But it's not that. It's not just do Cabal things and profit. It's not.
Yeah, yeah, there was a level of execution to it.
Yeah. Not even just that, a level of decision making.
Yeah.
And I love when people.
Sorry, Tom, before you go on, thank you for the $5, Lou. Shouts to you, man. Lou's going crazy in the gym. Guy had a complete
Yeah, I saw it. I
transformation.
saw it late. I saw it.
It's put us all to
Um,
shame. I look at Lou's videos and I'm like, I'm not working hard enough.
and look, I don't want to get that big anymore, man. Look, I'm almost 50 years old. I got carded yesterday to buy alcohol. They were like, well, you have to
I
be. They said 35. They said because 35 or under. So if you look like you
yeah.
could be in your mid 30s, they still have to card you. They said technically. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to be 50 in April. And, you know.
That's a compliment. I'd
Um.
take it.
So But yeah, I mean, it just the skill sets matter. Uh, Games were different. And games are going to be different in 20 years, and it's not going to cater to the fancy of the players today. And you know what I mean? And games are going to consistently change for their audience, for how things are. Maybe they'll go back to being more defensive one day, or more grapple heavy another day. I mean, who knows what's going to change with fighting games? But yeah, so it's not as simple as put someone versus someone else and who would be better in that game. That's a ludicrous argument. You're never going to get that. You're never going to get a modern player today will never be as good as they could be if a game was more accessible, right? Like if a modern player today had to play MK9, for example, they'll never be as good as they could be. The game is not accessible.
Hmm.
Even a modern player today playing MKX, they're not going to get the matchup experience that they would have had, 10 years ago when the game was in their prime. So even though they can still be excellent, they won't be as good as they could have been, right? I mean, Ninja Killer dominant in MK X, but I mean, who's the competition?
Well, how active was Sonic Fox in 2019 with this game?
Not at all. My point is,
Was
I believe Ninja Killer could possibly be the greatest MKX player of all time. Um, Possibly nothing would ever change. He's just that good. I'm a huge Ninja Killer fan. However, the players that are top today would be 10 times better than they are. I think Unbearable Skill is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. Ray Lakers, all these guys. But Ray Lakers, and Deoxys would have been even better if they were fighting every matchup at the highest possible level every day. They don't get that now.
but on the
They
flip
would
side, they do get way more opponents with a lot more different playstyles.
they would have gotten it back, more opponents back then with more, because there were just more people to play.
What, back then?
Yeah. There were,
Oh,
when did MKX have more players? 2015, 2016, or today? If I go online
oh,
right
I
now,
thought you just meant fighting games in general.
no, yeah, well, what are the odds that I'm going to go online in 2026 and find more people playing MKX?
Yeah, I mean it's still active, but it's very small now.
We're, we're talking about thousands upon thousands to 20 to 25 ish.
You got a question here from Lemon Tea. Thank you for the $5, bro. For Tom, do you think games were more defensive on purpose in the past, or did devs realize it was happening and that's why we have aggression now?
It was more defensive because games also had powerful offense. So they also had powerful defense. The problem is, what I've always said is the defensive players didn't complain about the offense, but the offensive players cried loud enough about the defense and that was resonated, and it was heard. So then they started toning down the defense while keeping the offense powerful and even going beyond. So that's why, this is why I say Sajam, he doesn't really understand the difference. The difference is most people, 99% of people are offensive. Very few people pick up a fighting game and say, I wonder if I can pick my character, stand across the screen, and throw projectiles all day. That is 1% of people, right? Most people don't think that way. The average player will go online. First, they'll go in practice mode. They'll learn some combos, and they'll want to go online, get in, do their combos, etc. Right? They don't say, I don't want to do any combos. I just want to stand over there and throw stuff at you. Almost nobody thinks that way, or just from a defensive mindset, not even zoning, but just a more defensive mindset. So what happens is what I like to call the 100 player experiment. It's not that defense was overpowered. Defensive players never get credit for playing defense. It is always the system that is credited. So if you have just a godlike defensive player like Ars Lanesh, they'll say it was not his defense. It was didn't we just see this recently a few years ago? You can just backdash all day, right? Ars Lanesh's defense was not, and even you brought up on your video, yeah, but everyone's saying that how many of you guys could go in Tekken 7 and win Evo by backdashing all day, right? I mean, it's an acquired skill. So what happens is, if you took 100 players, you would have 99 of them would be mega offensive, one would be defensive. And if you had them all playing each other, what would happen is like a round robin. When the two offensive players fight each other, this is another day at the office because 99 of those 100 people are offensive players, right? So they're used to that. They're used to the pace of the game. They're all doing their own offense, all doing their own mix. When these offensive players play the one defensive player, it's weird. It's awkward because the last 99 people I played did this. Now I'm playing this guy. He's slowing the pace down. He's doing this. He's doing that. For the defensive player, 99 of you are offensive. This is like every match I play. I'm right at home, right? So what happens is the defensive player, an omega, so many offensive players think they're defensive players. I'm just going to be honest with you. Most of your defense is terrible. So when you go online and you say, "Oh, Tekken 8 and the offense," your defense is terrible anyway. There's nothing they could do to benefit a lot of these players because they're just not defensive players. They use that as the cop-out. Most people's are not Omega level defensive players like they believe they are. So what happens is, the reality is though, when you have these 99 offensive players, when they play this defensive player, to them, it's odd. To the defensive player, he's a specialist. Every person's an offensive player. I'm not caught off guard. The offensive players then will say, well, the defense is just too much, right? This is who no one wants to do this. So Sajam, when in his thing, well, defense was overpowered. Defense was never overpowered. The ability to play defense was just the defensive player had more experience than the offensive player, because the defensive player is always going to have more experience fighting offense than an offensive player is fighting defense, because 99 out of 100 players are offensive players.
Yeah. I hope that answers your question,
Yeah.
Lemon Tea. By the way, Tom, how much? I know you usually do 4 hours on here. Sneaky Wolf was asking, are we having people on to talk to you today? But I don't know how much time you have.
Yeah, well, I want to go into the history of the FGC now, because I didn't want to. I just wanted to do that in, like, it was never easier. It's not easier for the modern player, and it wasn't easier for the OG. It's not easier, you know. Well, today's games are blah blah blah. Well, that's how the games are, but it's still not easy to win in those games. You know, if you're an OG, of course you're going to say, well, it was easy. Also, our tools. It's kind of tough. I was just trying to defend, like, the games where catered to more skill sets or whatever, and you had to use more of the tools, but the characters were Omega powered. But it just wasn't as simple as do this and win. However, a lot of the times, because of it was the combination of the characters being so powerful and a lot of players that didn't live in those high population regions, they just couldn't get the experience. So can you imagine what it's like, even for a guy who was good in like an area that had, you know, just a few players, when he's going up against an Omega Elite? Not only is he fighting someone who is has more experience, because he just is in a better area for players, you're going against some of the most powerful stuff in the history of the FGC. You have no shot. You know, you just haven't adapted too much, right? The experience and the power levels were much higher. So, but let me get into how the FGC started.
Yeah, go on.
The FGC started as what I like to call intramural competition. So there was no FGC. In the beginning, you know, kind of like the Big Bang, in the beginning, you had a fighting game boom that began to break out in the early 90s. You had games like Street Fighter 1, you had, then with Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 1 also, you know, I think it actually made it to TurboGrafx 16 as the title called Fighting Streets. But Street Fighter 2 really changed everything. You had so many, like, you know, the SNK fighting games, you know, Street Fighter. You had games like Time Killers. Like, there were just so many fighting games that were coming out. Mortal Kombat 1 comes out in 92. Just, you know, Killer Instinct came out a few years later. You just had so many, you know, MK1, MK2, KI. You were just so Virtua Fighter, Tekken, all these games that were coming out. It was just like like fighting games just started to go boom, 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 boom. Like, there were just so many of them that were coming out. The competition was intramural, right? there were no groups, there were no traveling to other people's arcades because you hadn't developed the friendships and the bond in your own arcade yet. You didn't know who each other were. You were just competing locally in your own arcade to see who was the top dog.
Hmm.
That's the original competition. There were no tournaments, there were no weeklies, there was nothing more than what we call the streaks. Who dominated the streaks? Who had the most streaks at the end of the night? Who had the most streaks on the machine? You would go into an arcade, and in attract mode, it would say like, they would have like the highest winning streaks. You'd always want to know who was that guy at the top, right? And did I beat him or whatever, or you'd want to beat his streak and put your name up there. You'd want,
So did
so
it start as one and done rather than
one
sets?
and done, put your coin up, one and done,
Mhm.
one and done. Um,
When
now
did sets get established? Was that when tournaments came in, or did players in the
sets didn't
arcades
get
do that?
established till way later, years later. This is kind of like, and again, this is before even like crew versus crew, because there were no crews yet. This is maybe like 91 to 92. It's just strictly no sets, no money matches. You go into the arcade, you don't know who anybody is, and you don't know who your local players are. It just started, right? Street Fighter 2, MK1, and every other fighting game that was coming out at the time. You know, you had to start. Now, of course, as like games like KI came out, you begin to realize who the elites were in that arcade, right? Who the best players were, and then they kind of started to group together just to get good at the game. However, at the very beginning, no one knew anybody. There was no
Mm.
internet. There was no way to reach out to anyone. This is back in the day when you had to call somebody's house and their parents would answer, and you'd have to say, "Hey, can I please speak to Mike Hollow?" And they would and they would say, "Hey, Mike, somebody's on the phone for you." Like
Mm.
that's how you
That's
got a
when
hold of
the
them.
phones were on the wall. You
Yeah,
have to call
the
them out.
phones were on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny. My girlfriend's daughter was like asking me like some, I don't know why she was asking me mom jokes. She
Yeah.
goes, because there's this boy that loves to tease me. So give me some mom jokes. So I was giving her some, and one of the jokes were, your mom is so old, or your mom is so dumb, she tripped over the cordless phone. Yeah. And she goes, "What's a cordless phone?" Like she, you know,
You must have felt old
yeah,
hearing
she's
that.
8. Yeah. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so old."
Mm.
But that's how it was. There was just no other way. And that was even before like paid big beepers became like more mainstream. But that was before then. Um, so you really had no way to reach out in mass, right? You didn't know what was going on in another local arcade unless you drove there, right? But
Yeah.
how do you know where the competition is, right? So it started out just in local arcades, and every local arcade had their local hero, et cetera, right? And that is how the FGC started. But of course, as you move on to like Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting, Street Fighter 2, all the other Champion Edition, Hyper Fighting, MK2, KI1, as you're moving on, some of the other SNK games, the other Samurais 1, 2, 3, etc. As you're moving to then you have your local competition where they all knew each other because they're there every day. They know who's who. They know who's top of what games. Some players are the reason why players got so good at so many different games moving into now like 93, 94, 95 is because lines were just really big. And if you happened to lose on a machine, you would just play another game as you were waiting, right? At this point, arcade machines became, segregated. You would have usually two or three. You would have at least two, which would be what would be called, for the beginner players or the not so good players. And you would usually have a machine that was then dedicated to just the elite. So originally, arcades didn't always have two, three, four arcade machines at them. At the beginning, it was just one. And as arcade fighting games became bigger and better, then arcades would bring two, three, or four of them, just to accommodate making more money quickly.
Hmm.
But originally, you didn't really have that. You were learning on the machine with everybody. And then as you move into like 93, 94, 95, you had like two, three, four arcade machines. So then the very best of the best just had their own machine. So instead of having to weed through a lot of the beginners, now it's a machine dedicated to only the very elite of the elite, which now they obviously with that begin to become better and better and better and better.
So if
Also,
I'm not an elite and of the elite and I sit down on their arcade machine, will they tell me to get up and go?
no, you can still play. Just most people didn't want to lose $50 in a day.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Which oftentimes when we're learning a new game against elites, we were spending 20, 30, $40 a day,
Hmm.
right, to learn these games. So when people say it was easy to win, how many players today could spend $40 a day getting good at a fighting game?
Yeah, it was expensive to
N-
lose.
Not so easy. So it required sacrifice. So we're
I just had a quick question here for you from Shinryuken. Thank you for the 50 MX. New MK is released today. A month of practice. Perfect Legend, Sonic Fox, Ninja Killer, Chile Twins, Kanimani with equal conditions. Where would you put your money and why?
PL doesn't want to. His way to you can't bring young PL back.
I don't
And
know. Have you seen? You're not on Twitter. He's talking crazy on
yeah,
Marvel
but I mean, my
Tokon right
point is
now.
he's doing other thing. He doesn't want to travel anymore. He doesn't want to compete anymore. He doesn't want to do that.
I think he
You know,
wants to compete for Tokon.
well, maybe, but I mean, like again, he is doing other things, other business ventures with fighting games. You know what I mean? They're going to be
But
more
let's
profitable.
say he does want to play, and it's PL, Sonic Fox, Ninja Killer, Chile Twins, and Kananami in a brand new Mortal Kombat game. Who in the first month? Who do you put your money on if they
It's
all want
it's
to play?
it's tough to say. Tough to say.
I am gonna say Ninja Killer
Ninja Killer was maybe who I would go with.
only because I think Ninja Killer has the most transferable skills out of everyone there. I think
It also
you're
depends on
more.
the game. It depends on the game. Do they have any characters that fit PL's playstyle? But you have to like the game too.
Yeah,
If PL, for example, hates the game, no, I'm not going to put him over Ninja Killer.
yeah,
Ninja Killer, in the long run of MKX, MK1, regardless of how good he could have been, right? Ninja Killer took himself out of the running because no matter how good he could have been throughout the entirety of the game, after like less than a year, he's like, I can't play this shit no more, man. Right? He
yeah,
was like, I can't, and he was playing Tekken. He's like, I can't play this another minute. So Ninja Killer, his skill or how good he could have been in the long run, he just took himself out of the running.
mm,
You know, and if Ninja Killer without a year of playing MK1 against someone like Kanamani who played it every day, whatever, I would pick Kanamani. Not because I would take Ninja Killer their skill set, but because one is just playing or the Chilean twins, right? The Chilean twins, who is it that won Evo, or the overall final combat?
what
Nicolas.
between the?
Nicolas.
It's, yeah, I think I can't remember their name.
Nicolas was a better MK1 player than Ninja Killer, based on results. Does that mean that, or even Kanemani, does that mean that Ninja Killer could not be as good if he stayed and practiced? No, but he's like, cause I can't do it, man. I can't do it. So you would need to have a new MK that they all like. This is Mortal Kombat's dilemma. They can't seem to create a game that most of their top players like
Yeah,
because they're so this is the problem. If something that doesn't cater toward all of their skill sets, if there's a game that caters to all of their skill sets, that would be the greatest Mortal Kombat game of all time, and it would bring in Street Fighter numbers at Evo. If there was a game that catered to all their skill sets.
yeah. I think if I was to like put their names on the table and just pick one, and we don't know what Mortal Kombat's coming, just because of how transferable the skills are, I'd go Ninja Killer. But it
Yeah,
does depend.
Ninja Killer, I think, is a truly gifted player, generationally gifted. Most people that don't understand fighting games just look at him and just say, "Oh, he's just really good," but they don't really understand why he's that good. And when you really understand, very few people have a combination of the ability to play offense and extreme defense. When I watch Ninja Killer play, what I see is not just someone who is great offensively, but in many situations, it's his defense, because he is above the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And when you get to that status, it's also your defense. Very few have the ability uh, to work both multiple sides. You know what I mean? Offense, defense, whatever, to that level. Which is Ninja Killer is just truly an amazing player. So it was the Mortal Kombat question is tough to say. But getting back to the FGC, um, so if you were, like you said, Mike, an average player and you wanted to put your money up, yeah, you could put your money up. That was the beauty of it. If you wanted to break away from the lower level or intermediate machine and wanted to come over and put your money up and just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to lose every day. I don't care if I lose. Mike, there are some people that were losing like $75, $80. Some people would lose like $200 a week just to become high level. To get
That's
from,
mad.
I'm going to leave the intermediate or beginner cabinet and just start here. Man, yeah, some people were just losing money hand over fist. But then they got good and they didn't lose money ever again,
Mm.
But the cost, the pay to play, so yeah, you can play as much as you want. It just mattered, did you have the money to consistently lose as you got to that level? But what would happen is these players are, they're beating each other. And eventually you want to branch out to more competition. These are the people that I go to war with every day. And it became more of a friendship and a camaraderie. You had rivals, you still had rivals in the arcade, but it became more of a friendship and a camaraderie. The arcade scene was just as much about who you met and the relationships as who you beat. These were real relationships where oftentimes you made real life friends. You talk about you and King J, whatever, you made real life friends in the arcade. But now who you are, you had rivalries as well, and you had, good camaraderies. But then it became, let's go to other arcades and dominate them. Let's go there and then it was another higher form of competition, like gang warfare. We're going to go from our arcade to their arcade and dominate. Now, in this time frame, everyone knew what crew belonged at what arcade. Meaning there were times I would come into Menlo and I would just kind of walk in like the downstairs. The arcade was in the movie theater, but sometimes I would park downstairs and I would walk in the mall. Maybe I'd want to stop at the food court first, whatever. And somebody would come get me and be like, oh man, people from Willowbrook are here. They knew they didn't belong, right? And they had no way to get a hold of me. So they just had to wait for me or another one of like the top players to show up, right? So first you had to go to these arcades and make your presence known. And maybe it's a day where the very best of the best weren't there. This is why weekends were so big. You had a higher odds on a Friday or Saturday night of the very top players being there. You show up on a random Wednesday. What are the odds that like Wednesday at 3 p.m. one of the elites of that arcade are going to be there, right? And even if just one of them are going to be there, maybe he's not the guy to beat. Maybe he's like the fifth guy in the crew. You know what I'm saying? So, and also keep in mind, even before this, I want to stress this. Even before the gang warfare days of the arcade, you would have people in the old days, 91, 92, 93. Somebody would walk into an arcade who was visiting. You would have no idea who he was. He would dominate all of you, leave, and you would never see them again. And you have no idea who it was. Take Dream Team.
I've seen that happen before.
Yeah. And that was kind of the mystique. Like who was that guy? It's very I remember when I first moved to Virginia in 99 and I was at MK4 was at. I remember I went to an arcade at a mall called the Virginia Center Commons Mall. And I was there, the local MK4, they had no idea how to play. They were good for the area, but they really didn't understand MK4. Mm-hmm. And I would play them in like some people. One time I was playing like MK2. I was just I played one guy and then some other guy came up and he played Molina and he lost. I was playing Jackson. He lost. He put his money in again and again and again and again and again. I was with my girlfriend at the time and he lost like a billion times in a row. And I was like, that guy probably used to be the local hero of this arcade in the early 90s. Mm. And he had no idea what was happening to him. Like, right. And that's just like how it was, you know. And the but yeah, so it's kind of like, it was like kind of like now this is why people talk about why crews were so important. First of all, as fighting games became bigger and there were commercials for them, and fighting games became really big after like the Senator Lieberman hearing where Mortal Kombat was a topic there, Street Fighter very slightly, only not as much. Fighting games became huge. As more and more people are getting into fighting games, there are just some people who just could not accept reality. Meanwhile, meaning just as many people today that you see online who will get on the microphone and use racial slurs and curse at you and use homophobic slurs and all this stuff because they just can't accept the reality that they are trash. You're standing next to those very people in the arcade.
Yeah.
And some of those people are very large or have very large friends or whatever. People, they could not accept what you were doing to beat them. It was cheap. Throwing was cheap. Abusing a move too much was cheap, right? Playing Jackson MK2, standing across the screen doing ground pounds and high kick them out of the air, whatever. Cheap, right? They couldn't take it. So they would get angry. And, you know, there are some stories of violence in the arcade, although they were greatly exaggerated. People were not on a daily basis getting stabbed or jumped. But if you took someone's money, they would, by numbers, motivate you to give it back. You know, so a lot of times you need people with you, just because you're going into hostile territory, and you're going to need backup. And this is where playing for money first started as well. You know, and we had all type of tactics to hustle. I remember hustling in MK2. There was a place called Bridgewater Sports Arena. I was there with my girlfriend. She used to love to ice skate. You know, I hated ice skating. She used to love to ice skate. So she would go there, and I would ice skate a little bit, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to the arcade. I remember there was a guy there one time, and he had two other guys with him. They didn't do anything like afterwards, but he asked to play me in Mortal Kombat 2 for money. And he's like, do you want to play for money? Because I think I was just playing the computer while I was waiting for her to get done. And I was like, do I want to play you for money? And this was, you know, very few people at this time had ever even tried to play for money. I guess maybe he just thought some scrub or whatever. He needed, I don't know what he thought. And he goes, I was like, well, how much do you want to play for? And he goes, I want to play for, you know, $20. And then I go, of course I had 20s on me, but I was like, well, all I have is a 50. You know, so let me go ahead and break it. And he goes, no, I can play for 50. So we played. He lost. You know, he did pay, but you know, normally, you know, we had all tactics to hustling people. There was always tactics to hustle people. You know.
Did he give it over like begrudgingly, or was it an okay thing?
He gave it over, and he didn't want a rematch. I asked him if he wanted to play again.
Makes sense.
But you don't know who you're playing. You know, so you make a lot of assumptions. You know, as we go into the gang warfare, as you're going from different arcade to arcade, you're getting more familiar with those crews, and there's always rivalries, like, you know, what crew is coming to what arcade on what day, and a lot of the times they didn't get along. You would go to their arcade, and then they would go to your arcade to get revenge, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And there were a lot of things said that would be cancelable offenses today in these, you know, in these times, you know, let's just say. And there were situations in which fights would break out on occasion. And some arcades, like along Broadway in New York, I don't know if it was reality that they were, you know, at risk of being shut down. But some arcades would have a sign on the cabinet saying that player rules are enforced. In other words, if you beat somebody by throwing them, they would actually enforce the fact that you have to give your game up to them.
Yeah, I remember for a loop situation.
Player rules were enforced just to avoid, even if they weren't fighting, just to avoid the escalations, you know, that could turn into violence, right?
Can I ask you a question, an urban legend about the arcades? Maybe you'll know. I know I'd been at Trocadero Arcade when fights had broken out, but I never saw anyone get dragged outside and curb stomped. I saw someone get dragged outside and beaten up once, but I never saw it. It wasn't frequent. I never saw a curb stomp. But I always hear from American players that I don't know if it was Chinatown Fair or somewhere, but someone got dragged outside and curb stomped. Is this true or is this just made up?
That story is true.
Oh, damn.
Um, it did. Those were rare.
But they
Those were
actually
very
curb
rare.
stomped. What did they curb stomp him over? Was
But
it
they didn't
street
really
fight?
curve. They didn't like Seth Rollins curb stomp him, you know.
I'm
But
thinking of American History X, like put his teeth on the curb.
no, no,
Kick
no,
it.
no, 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 no. They didn't do that. No, 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 no. Let's just say physicality was used,
Hmm.
right? And there were. I remember one situation where I was by myself. I was only 16 at the time, and I remember I was beating some guy, and he had like three friends with him, and his friend goes, "Hey man, if I were you, I'd stop beating my boy like that." And then like two of them or whatever. So it must have been like the fifth game I lost and just left. Like I was like, it's not even worth it. You know,
Yeah.
like it's not. It's yeah. I don't know if they were serious, but I'm like, there are like four or five people. It's not worth it to find out. You know.
Hmm.
Um, but it was this is kind of there was still no tournaments. It was kind of like crew versus crew. One crew would go to one arcade, one crew to go to another arcade. They were not playing sets, but they would split rounds. Or even like you could be playing in your own arcade, somebody would come in to play, and you would take first round, your friend would take second round, you would take last round. And there's always situations where your friend didn't like losing the second round, so he'd say, "Oh no, I'm gonna give you the third round. I got him now." You know what I mean? And then he might lose the game, whatever. But yeah, we would split rounds with people. There are some people who didn't even like splitting rounds, like in a competitive atmosphere. Like people didn't matter. Like you'd be playing somebody new who was not on your level. You guys would just split rounds just so you know what I mean. Rather than play each other, you would split rounds on other people that were there.
Hmm.
But when it came to like competitive stuff, most people there were some arcades that people didn't like the round splitting. Like, and you know what I mean? Because let's say your boy was somebody was whatever, he would win the first round, you lose the second, he wins the third. They'd be like, "Hey man, why don't you let your man fight for himself?" Whatever, whatever. But it was group versus group. Sometimes there'd be money on the line occasionally. Um, but it was these rivalries were very heated. You had legitimate crews who could not stand the other ones. And there was no tournaments. It was just intramural, and then it came to, you know, gang warfare, group versus group. Our crew goes here, these crews go here, et cetera, et cetera. Tournaments didn't come around until the mid 90s, maybe like 94, 95, where they became more regular. Maybe I've heard of some tournaments as early as 93, but the modern tournament structure where there are locals and things like that was not until the mid 90s. And this is when a lot of arcades had an idea, why don't we hold locals? And this way we could get more money. So originally, keep in mind, the internet at this point was still non-existent. You had like mid 90s, mid to like mid-ish late 90s, MIRC, ICQ, America Online, and like some message boards where are like bulletin boards where some arcades could post tournaments. But the main way tournaments got found out about locally is you're still in that you're going to this guy's arcade or that arcade, or sometimes you would stay in your own, but those nights where you would go to one arcade or they would go to your arcade. When tournaments started up, you learned which arcade held locals on what night.
Hmm.
I remember for KI2, there were literally tournaments like 4 days of the week that I could go to at different locations. And same thing with like MK2. I remember Menlo Park Mall was the first MK2 tournament I remember was Menlo Park Mall.
Were
I
you
remember,
moving in a crew at this point?
huh?
Were you in a crew at this point as well? Like,
Yeah,
did you have your little
I
gang?
won that. Yeah, I won that tournament. I believe I won.
What was the name of your crew, your first crew?
We didn't have a name. We
Oh,
just, um, I believe I won $80.
that was a
I
lot
think
back then.
$80. Second place got tokens. That's why I won
Oh,
so much.
damn.
Second place, it was winner take all the cash. Second, and then what I would do is, and a lot of us that were Menlo Park guys, eventually the arcade owners realized, hey, these guys are the ones taking everybody's money as quick as possible, right? So they would give us free tokens, which allowed us to, on any given day, just have everybody else who was not on our level keep putting more money into the machines, right? Rather than getting our money, they already got our money. Then when the new game was new, when maybe they were making us pay, but you go 3, 4, 5 months into the game, we would get free tokens. We would have like a stash. Because not everyone would do it. Menlo, only 2 or 3 guys would give us free tokens. But we would have a good stash. We'd have a bucket at home. And we knew what tokens worked at what arcades. Like some tokens worked at this arcade, and then Menlo, they developed these special tokens with grooves, and so that regular tokens couldn't fit in there because they had to have the grooves for the. So, but some Menlo tokens will work everywhere else. We work a lot of other arcades. So we all knew that. It was just such a different time in trying to learn these games and whatever. In the mid 90s, when tournaments became a little bigger, it was still, there were no like mid 90s, like you're not going to have these nationally broadcast tournaments like today. It was still very local based, nothing really even regionally. And like for MK3, UMK3, you go to the 8 on the break for tournaments. You would go to Menlo. What was it called? Sports Complex, I think. There was one arcade that had the block button and the run button right below it. It was very awkward. Hated that arcade. But it was a tournament. So we were going to tournaments all the time. And at this point in the mid 90s, like 95 to 96 into 97 is when, a lot of people began to travel a lot more outside of their local scene. This is when I first heard about, I remember at that point I heard about Saber over in Arizona from KI, and he had this big showdown with Mr. Wizard in SHGL. We would hear the talk through the wires, so to speak, because MIRC, whatever. You would have rooms, so like Mortal Kombat would be hashtag Mortal Kombat, and everybody would be in there and we would all chat. At this time, I knew about Jason Wilson, Dream TR, because he was an editor for a magazine. He was one of the first ever names to beat that I can remember hearing about. I remember hearing about Alex Valle, mid 90s, Eddie Lee up in New York. Like, and we would hear about these late 90s and Tekken names like JOP, Then we even learned about people like Jang Ik-soo, whatever, over in Korea, as the internet became bigger. But tournaments became known because originally we were going to each other's arcades. We knew, okay, the break is this day, East Brunswick Mall is this day, go over Menlo this day, so on and so forth. And we were competing in weekly tournaments.
Were
And
the
then
tournaments back then also one and done? Had they established sets
no,
yet?
the tournaments originally were 2 out of 3. Winners and losers finals were 3 out of 5. And then grand finals were an obnoxious 4 out of 7. Evo is what scaled that back to everything's 2 out of 3 until like winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals. Was that what it was? No, everything's 2 out of 3, right? Until grand finals at Evo now, right?
Most games. Some games are 3 out of 5, depending on how
Yeah,
fast
but
they go.
yeah, but they don't deviate until grand finals, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Everything else is yeah.
But
Evo kind
what
of
was the change though? Like, because you're saying that in arcades it was one and done, and
no
that was
one
the
and done.
established
But in
format.
tournaments it was 2 out of 3. Winners and losers finals were 3 out of 5, and grand finals were generally 4 out of 7.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that in order for the tournaments to start getting established, it's because arcades got really big, right?
Sure.
And people wanted to compete. So what game and what was the game that made people go, we need extra matches in a tournament?
I don't think. What was the game? Street Fighter or
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat? I would say.
And
KI.
what was it? Because you guys were saying one and done in the arcades, that it's all about streaks. What made you guys go, we need to have more than one match to determine who's better?
I think it's because for a tournament, a lot of time you're paying entry fee. So when it's one and done, you're just showing up and you're putting your quarters in, right?
Hmm.
When it's you're paying an entry fee, you're paying for a tournament structure. And most tournament structures are going to model sports. So outside of football, where the physicality makes it one and done, pretty much every other sport uses a bracket, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, etc. Right? So that's what fighting is. It just mirrored an already existing competitive model, right?
Hmm.
Most things competitive model sports, right? As far as whatever. Um, so I would say it was because we had to put up an entry fee. One and done is fine when I just walk up, put my money in, right, and I'm done, right? But when I walk up and I got to pay an entry fee to go into the pot, well, now it's going to be a lot more than one and done to make sure that the better player is winning. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? As opposed to one game, whatever. And then double elimination was just to attract more people. Give
So,
people more games. You know what I
so
mean?
did the tournaments coming in there when you guys would go back to the arcade and lose
Plus,
one
also, hold
match?
on. Also, when you're paying some of these tournaments, arcade owners realized, or we realized, that we need people to travel. In other words, it's farther than your local arcade. So you would have to get off work or school, whatever, then come home, drive to the arcade, right? Which it may not be close to you. That weekly may not be like if I was going to go to there was an arcade called Willowbrook, which used to have a TJ Maxx, I believe, and they turned it into an arcade. So the arcade was a separate building. It was freaking massive. Uh, but that mall was like 45 minutes from me, right? So for players to want to go there from other areas of the state per se, on that night, or the break, right? If you're like in let's say you're in like North Jersey and you want to come to 8 on the break, when you're gonna have to take the train and get off right there in Dunellen, or you're gonna have to drive 45 minutes, right? So get off of work, go home, whatever, drive 45 minutes, go there. Like you're not gonna go there for a one and done. So the more games, the more that they give you, the more likely you're able to go. Because if it's going to be a one and done, more than likely people are going to say, I'm not going to drive an hour to play one game and then go home.
Mm.
So they just gave you more games. One, more games are great for players who might be a little hesitant to enter tournaments. Two, it also gives players who believe they're like have a chance of winning. It's one and done. Hey, I'm going up against another player, that's very good. One and done, anything can happen. You know what I mean? Like I want to make sure that so that's why there was multiple factors from distance you had to drive, because as weeklies became more known about, people begin to travel a little further than just their local arcade. But no one's going to drive. Let's say one weekly is not going to get anyone there if they're one and done. They're not going to get anyone there besides their local player base. You're not going to get players 30 minutes away or farther to come to that arcade to pay an entry fee, all to drive all that way, one and done, and they're going back home. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's what led to that model. Um, and then, of course, things became more gradual. The internet model, more and more people had internet. You know what I mean? You had 28K, then 56K, and then in the late 90s, and it's really when you start to get internet. Like, as far as like cable, et cetera, et cetera. Or it was DSL, and then colleges had T1, so on and so forth. But there really is no like online besides like X band for Sega Genesis or whatever. Like there's no online play. There's no, none of that exists.
Hmm.
It's all in person gameplay. Now the late 90s is when, and also like the late 90s, more like MK4 ish is a lot when like I still say, I don't really care if I was a name to beat in UMK3. man, if they had a tournament with everybody there, I was gonna do some serious fucking damage. So I traveled all up and down the East Coast. Like I knew of Lex, whatever. Never got to play those guys, right? Lex, whatever. I didn't play Lex till years later when I was playing, whatever. But they were named to beat Chicago, and also the reason why the mystique of Chicago and MK4 and MK, the mystique of New York and Cali in Street Fighter, all that comes from access. Like for example, in Chicago, MK is made there. The testers are there. The testers would give information out to people that are also whatever in the local arcade, and those people would spread the information, right? Because again, it wasn't like, and keep in mind, there were so many arcades. You would go to an arcade and realize that the way you play the game is not like they play. I can't tell you how many times in UMK3, for example, or MK3, I've gone to an arcade and you run jab, and no one in that arcade even did run jabs at all. They would play like, they look at like it's cheap. You don't even know how to play. Just spamming low punches, whatever, right? Meanwhile, that was exactly how you play the game. And you really had no access to that information. Most people just didn't really know the correct way to play the game because they kind of made their own rules of how to play, or they thought, I'm sure people thought, hey, mashing low punch, that's probably scrubby. Why would I do that? Meanwhile, we see how effective it is.
Did you
So
and Lex ever end up squashing that beef then?
we did squash it. I don't want to say we figured out what it was, and I don't want to say the person's name who kind of put all this together.
Mm.
But what actually happened with myself and Lex is in 97, it was just my time. It was my time. I never got to play some of these other people. I hear about Master John in Atlanta and MK2. Never got to play him. We knew about Shirt, Stream TR, etc. But I was older, 18. I could travel. Here comes MK4. Even tail end of UMK3, but I'm not going to take away from Chicago. I mean, those guys were the names to beat. They had the names for that reason. They had WaveNet. WaveNet back then was relatively new. It was they linked up all the local arcades in Chicago, so they could all play with each other. This is why when someone like Lex talks about the streaks, it wasn't so much about tournaments. It was, and to some arcade players who didn't really get into the modern tournament era, the concept of, wait a minute, I had all the streaks. I beat you 100 times in a row. What do you mean I beat you 100 times in a row? And then we're in some tournament and you 2-1 me and you're better than me? No. You know what I mean? But the reality is, it's like, hey, you beat me in preseason, right? In sports, right? A team could beat you in preseason. Let's say NFL football. They beat you in preseason. They say that you're in your division. They beat you in preseason, beat you both times in the regular season, and then you run into the playoffs and you beat them, and you go on to win the Super Bowl. You're better.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Arcade players had a very hard time grasping this. I had the streaks. I was doing this. What do you mean you beat me twice?
Does it mean that you're better or that you won when it mattered?
You are better if you win when it matters.
Are you though?
Yes.
What if you spar with somebody every day, like hard sparring, and you beat them every single time, but in the actual match you slipped and they hit you?
Strategy has to be taken into account. Meaning, I am. When you hear stories, we all hear the example, quote unquote. You could lose 100 times to somebody, right? And then they beat you the next day. So casuals don't matter. We always hear that analogy used, right? I am that analogy. I was beaten by Forever King 100 consecutive games in MK9.
But did you lose on purpose to win in a tournament?
No. I wasn't losing on purpose. But I tried many different things because I wanted to know what would work. How does he like to get up? How does he respond in these situations? How is he going to try to get out of this particular trap? or that particular trap. As Sub-Zero, I was a corner guy, right? You know, but he beat me 100 consecutive times with every character in the game looped, right? Except for Sub-Zero, he didn't try the mirror, right? So he's beaten with every character in the game. But not only did I beat him the tournament before that at Console Combat, I then beat him the next day 2-1. So he's beaten me 100 times in a row, but I beat him in 2 tournaments. Luck?
But were you testing things in casuals to see how optimal they were, or were you going all out?
I was trying to win, but they're meaningless games.
But
You know,
what I'm saying is, were you trying to win by doing a particular setup to see if it works, or were you trying to win because you were just going all out?
I was trying to win with all my normal setups, but he also showed me how he likes to respond.
So you
Because
you were just downloading it, you weren't playing it for real.
I was playing him for real, but also here was always my theory, my strategy. I know that I am not better than 99% of people, even though tournament results say otherwise. What I realize is, let's say there's 1,000 things that go into a fighting game player. I know that this player is better than pretty much all of them than I am. So, but of these things, of these 998 things that he's better than me, where is his actual level in these 998 things, right? Me at these 2 things, nobody, I would always say no one on earth is more lame than me, defensively, whatever, better defensively, whatever. That's what I believe. And I've always said, if I can strategize to make the game about these 2 things for 2 games, right? So even though you're better than these 998 things, I have somehow got you to play my game where these 2 things are more impactful. Nobody's better than me at that. I've now become
But
better than you.
you kind of proved my point, though.
I have now become better than you. Now, after the tournament, you may wipe the floor with me some more because you figured it out, but it's strategy, right? It's
But
about
you proved my point, though. You said that 99% of players may be better than me, but on this day I can strategize around them. But you're
yeah.
still saying that they're better.
Who here has seen the remake, the second version of The Quick and the Dead with Gene Hackman, Sharon Stone, Russell Crowe, Leo DiCaprio? Who has ever seen that movie? In the chat. Has anyone seen that movie? You've never seen it, Mike.
No, I've never heard of it.
Has anyone in the chat seen that movie? No one in the chat. Oh,
No, it's a tiny bit delayed. There you go. People have seen it.
There's a very famous line. So Gene Hackman is this sheriff, and everything is a duel, and he's faster than everybody else. Well, at the end of the movie, he's fighting Sharon Stone in that duel because their backstory comes out, and he says to her, "You're not fast enough." Chat, do you know what her response back was to him? This is the most iconic response ever, and I live by it in fighting games. He said, "You're not fast enough," and she said, "Today I am." That's how I live fighting games. You're not better than me. You're right. Today I am.
Yeah, that I agree with you. Yeah, you strategized today you were, but you were saying that tournament results makes you the better player, but now you're saying they don't.
When Kurt Russell, that movie Miracle, about the USA upsetting Russia in the Olympics. When Kurt Russell delivered the actual real speech that Herb Brooks delivered when they were going to play Russia, he said to them, "You played these guys 10 times, they'll win 9 of them, but not tonight. Tonight is your time." That's what fighting games used to be. Before they just said, "Well, these skill sets shouldn't be in them anymore. Let's just get rid of them because no one wants to deal with that."
Mm-hmm.
When every skill set was there, you could game plan around it. You know, you could. That's what made fighting games great. Ninja Killer, as great as Ninja Killer is, Ninja Killer and I say this respectfully, it'll never happen because I'll never go back in time. Has zero Sonic Fox Ninja Killer has a 0.0% chance of ever beating me in the MK9 Sub-Zero mirror, Prime me. 0.0. In fact, they probably won't win a game, and I would beat them with a baby. We all remember the great money match I had with DJT. Does anybody consider DJT a scrub? Not because I'm better than them, that's my skill set. Anything that I try to do in their skill set, they'll beat me one. There's not a number you can get to high enough to 0. But again, Ninja Kill, as great as he is, if I say Ninja, look, Sonic Fox. Sonic Fox couldn't beat Kerbo's Cabal with every top tier character in the game. He's going to do it with Sub-Zero? No. I'm not saying Ninja couldn't have been the best and compete at that level, but he wouldn't have done it with Sub-Zero because that doesn't fit Ninja's skill set. He would have done it with other characters that do, because skill sets matter back then. Today, we see that as you're being carried. Oh, Tom was carried by this, or this guy was carried by zoning, or PL was carried by Kung Lao's craziness, mobility, whatever. That's how we see it. Yes, everybody is carried. Everybody who has ever been good at a video game was carried by something. The difference is modern fighting games decide what is allowed to be in a game to carry and what is not. When everything was in the game, then everything that carries people, even Sonic Fox, is carried by something. Everybody is carried by something. When you start removing things is when you have less variety, and I think fighting games become one more dimensional. Then you see the same style of players winning over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I did play in Quaker Original. I did. Yes.
Probably knows you from back then.
But yeah, the fighting games. It was
Thanks
all
for
about
the donation, bro.
Skill sets were a really big deal. But that was when my time really first started, where I'm traveling, people know who I am, I'm on message boards, I'm actually writing guides on these message boards, etc. Then MK Deadly Alliance comes out. There was a rival. Lex came around on SRK right when MK Deadly Alliance came out, and he made a thread called the UMK3 Compendium, I think it was called. And a lot of people were into it because it was really the first time somebody was info dumping how the game was played at the highest level, you know? And there were other people in the MK scene, again, I don't want to say their names, who were trying to establish whatever. And there was butting heads of Lex with Lex. So what happened was, it was kind of like, let's sick Tom, before my name was Tom, on this guy. Because at that point, it was my time. And there was nothing that anyone from that era could do. I was going to, anyone ever birthed in Chicago, I was going to whip their ass for the next 20 years, basically. And there was nothing they could do about it. And or almost 20 years, maybe 10, 15 years.
Would you consider yourself the greatest Deadly Alliance player of all time?
I was the best in Deadly Alliance, for sure. For sure.
So if there was like a leaderboard of historically of the greatest Deadly Alliance players, you'd be number one.
Yeah, I mean, there is. I mean, how many were there, Mike? I mean, let's be honest. Compared to today, nothing. You know what I mean? Nothing. You know, nothing. But here's
the Deadly Alliance was pretty popular.
The beef with myself and Lex started because it was kind of like, put these guys against each other, and Lex did not come after me in UMK3. I didn't come after him in UMK3. But because of the people that kind of put us against each other, it was kind of seen as, because what would normally happen was, you know, people would talk garbage, go to Chicago, get beat by the game testers. But times had changed. The game testers were no longer whatever. But nobody in that area could have possibly known what was happening in the rest of the country. Like me traveling to Texas, Atlanta, other areas to play the game, Florida, you know, and the crew that I had, you know, just these names, Mick, Jop, Tran. These are all like Evo winners. And these are my sparring partners, right? So they had no idea what they were up against. And also, Dream TR, he and I got to spat with each other because there was a game, NFL Blitz. Midway made the first 7 on was whatever. Oh, it might have been the first ever 11-on-11 NFL Blitz. They tried to make Blitz, but like more real football. In that game, I was the top Blitz player. I was the only name in the Blitz Hall of Fame, and I won their trip to go to San Francisco, special guest of Terrell Owens, get your TO jersey, whatever, etc. And they were making it seem like I was delusional. They're like, there is no such thing as this, because they think I'm literally pulling it out of my ass. So then, and it's all true. So then they sent some game tester out to NEC. He lost. Then Lex told me, come to Chicago, see what's up. To play Adam Hernandez. I went out there. Adam ducked on me. He had no shot in a million years. I could have been dead for 100 years. Adam Hernandez could have risen me from my grave. And after not playing the game for 100 years, I still would have 10-0'd him. Like, he had no shot in a million years. They just didn't know what they were up against. I thought that after the fact, and Lex goes, hey, I'll play you in MKDA because Adam ducked. And I was like, no, man, I respected him. I'm like, I don't want to play you in a game you don't play. So we went to Nickel City. We had, as we know, UMK3 games over a lot of alcohol. I thought it was kind of us squashing the beef, whatever. It was a misunderstanding. We put it behind us, and we know the real culprit of this. And he's every much a legendary Mortal Kombat figure as anyone. We should have never been fighting. We're two legendary Mortal Kombat figures. There's no reason for some petty war, when there's no denying that he was what he was, every bit of that during, UMK3 era. But as we're going in, the arcade era is starting to die. Modern consoles are coming out. So the FGC people are starting to know who people are. People know Valle, Eddie Lee, and there's a big East Coast versus West Coast rivalry. This really kicked up in just before the very mid 90s, maybe 94. A heavy East versus West rivalry. Very, very heavy. And you would have I'll never forget. I'm going to give some stories here. There was a guy called PSI, Alex. Very shady guy. Anyone knows the East Coast lore of Alex PSI. Very, very shady guy. Would do like credit card scams, etc. But he would also link players up. He would pick somebody up, bring them to an arcade to put those two together. I shouldn't tell this story, man.
You gotta finish now.
The story of Tragic and Derek Perez. As the legend has it. Now, I don't know how true this story is. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. As legend has it, Tragic, who co-wrote the Tekken 3 guide, and we all know about Tragic's temper. Anyone who's ever been around Tragic knows the story about Tragic's temper when he loses. We all know. Anyone who knows. PSI brings Derek Perez in Tekken 3 up to New York to play Tragic when he was there. And let's just say Derek Perez gets the better of him. And Tragic just went off on this kid, man. Saying, let's just say very not nice things. And Derek Perez is like, what? Because I'm a kid. I'm like 15 years old. What are you saying that to me for? Just one of the first ever stories, one of the first ever documented stories of just like someone, and Tragic was elite. Let's not lie here, right? One of the elite of the elite.
How old was Tragic?
At
the time,
like much older, maybe 3-4 years older. You know,
It was a 21-year-old
yeah,
screaming.
somewhere in
Sorry, you said he was 15, so like a 19-year-old screaming at him.
1920, maybe a little older. Yeah, screaming at yeah,
Damn,
yeah,
that is. And this is in front of people.
yes,
And he's just shouting slurs
yeah.
and.
And then Derek Perez did go on in Tekken Tag One to win his regional to qualify for nationals. So it's not
Mhm.
like the guy was legit good. It's not like some scrub came out of nowhere and you know what I mean, beat him. The guy was legit good. Um, but there are many stories from this time. But fighting games as consoles began to come out, fighting games began to die because there was lack of interest in the arcade scene. So the tournament scene is not getting stronger. At the end of the 90s, it's getting less. Games like Mortal Kombat were done. Mortal Kombat didn't have a good console port, and they weren't making any new games besides Special Forces, whatever, right? Uh, so if you did not walk around with an MK4 or UMK3 cabinet strapped to your back, you had no way to play anybody. MK Gold is not MK4. MK did not, and we see MK still looking for good home ports of the console versions. The best
Mhm.
versions of that are probably um, on what is it, Fightcade,
Yeah.
right? Before Fightcade, think about how many years there was no way to play these games. So that's why MK Deadly Alliance kind of was a restart. MK started from the dark ages, and had a restart. That's why, and for MK Deadly Alliance, the majority of the community were not dedicated Mortal Kombat players. They came from like Tekken, Soul Calibur, etc., because that game was ingratiated into an already existing fighting game scene. Mortal Kombat didn't have a scene at that time. So,
Mhm.
but fighting games were dying. We're dying breed. Arcades were shutting down. The arcades that were around, they didn't want to bring fighting games in. They didn't want to bring in like the newest games, etc. They didn't want to bring them in. So fighting games are kind of dying. And the modern FGC that was birthed from one game because the FGC died. It died. It was buried. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, back of the arcade with cigarette butts all over it. Dead. Uh, Street Fighter, gone. Mortal Kombat, gone. Tekken, I'll get to some Tekken stories, but the Tekken, all the FGC, Tekken and Soul Calibur didn't have the numbers to support an FGC. And
Tekken did power through though.
no,
Tekken 5 was a big deal.
Tekken 5 ended up being that game that was 5-man tournaments. MLG would hold these tournaments. No, man, Tekken 5 was like this, and then it went like that. Um, and then of course we had DR, and then 6, and then Tekken went like that, right? In my opinion, Tekken 6 to me might be the best Tekken they ever made. It is
Mm.
one of my favorite fighting games ever. But
It's my second favorite Tekken.
before we get to that, before we get there,
Before you go into the next story, I had two. I don't know what these are. They're called cheers on Twitch, I think. He said, Tom, may I ask, do you think Arsenal could get games off knee in Tekken 5 DR if they could roll back time?
I would think so. I mean, I think Arslan would be just as good as anybody if he was born in that period and was fighting against that elite competition.
Yeah.
You know, so it was. Hold on one second. I gotta make this call.
No worries. I'll get him to answer afterwards, guys. Joe, I did thank you for this donation. Sorry, I did see this earlier, but I didn't want to derail Tom. Um, yeah, the stream is on Sunday. It's going to be a pretty big stream. If you haven't seen the promo, I'll probably play it at the end of this when Tom is gone, just so you guys get an idea of what's going on. I made one of those stupid intros for it. But yeah, he's got his work cut out for him because C4 don't fuck about on Marvel games. I don't think, I do not think Shinbei's going to be able to win that. I'll be honest with you. I don't think he could beat Yaya in Avatar. He proved us wrong. He actually got really good at it. He is not going to beat Jay on Fatal Fury. That's not going to happen. And I don't know about him and Pork Chop. I messaged Pork Chop. Pork Chop was game. He said he's happy to play. So it'll be at Sunday at 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock UK time. So about an hour from now, basically. Um, I have to go. I don't mind answering any questions regarding Monster Hunter, but in terms of the actual challenge, you don't have a time limit. Oh, if I don't have a time limit, that's fine then. If I don't have a time limit, then I can do it over Christmas when I've got plenty of time. I might even be able to play it because I'm going to France very soon, so I'll have some time to play then as well. Might do it then. First question was in relation to your Ninja Killer and Sonic Force can't take games off you back in the day. I think Arslan could take games off of me in Tekken 5. Arslan is super good at Tekken 7. I think he would have been good at Tekken. I'm pretty sure I've seen him play Tekken 6, maybe, or someone from Pakistan. I think it was Arslan. Yeah, I think Arslan definitely could have, 100%. But appreciate the donation the other day, Assault Black Feather. I do appreciate. I appreciate the offer as well. We'll see if I we'll see if I get to the end of it. I know that I could probably play with you guys. I'll probably stream it on my second channel. So I'll probably tell you guys I'll go over to the second channel if you want to play Monster Hunter with me. What's the stream for Sunday? So on Sunday, it's gonna be one of those beef set streams, but it's gonna be for Tokon, for Fatal Fury, for Tekken, and for Avatar. And it's going to be Shinblade taking on Yaya, C4, Porkchop, and King J. I might sneak in there, throw some Virtua Fighter. I've beaten him so many times on Virtua Fighter, I don't know if there's a point anymore. But we might sneak in some games. You know what the beef set streams are like. We might start doing other games on there as well. Yeah, it should be fun. Thoughts on PC port? Or can we only show an avatar here? Yeah, from what I've heard, the PC port's awful. I'm hearing people are refunding it. Listen, I've said it 100 times. I'm going to say 100 times more. I know that PlayStation is going through like a really turbulent time right now and people are pissed off of them, but buying fighting games on PC is a big no-no for me. Every single time, whether it's arena fighters or traditional fighters, there's always some bullshit going on. So I'm not surprised. No, Tokon deserves all the smoke on PC after what I saw today. I saw someone playing and I was like, yeah, that's pretty bad. But the experience will probably be different for everyone. I've heard a lot of bad things. All I do know is that on PlayStation I haven't heard any issues. So, am I going to let people join at some point today? I wanted to ask some things, and Tom already gets catch the live. I don't think so today because when Tom spoke to me, he said that he wanted to do about 3 hours, and we're already 2 hours in, and I don't think he's finished all of his stories. But if you wanna, you can ask questions in chat, and I'll read them out after Tom is gone. But Tom's a busy man. Obviously, I think he's gonna go and do some work after this stream. So we've probably only got him here for another hour. I know he's got some other stories he wants to get through. And tomorrow I definitely can't let anyone on. I've made a promise to do a one-on-one stream tomorrow, but that stream is going to be a bit mad.
Okay.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Title of Sunday stream, the Shinfolk Gauntlet. The title of Sunday stream is Shinblade versus the Multiverse.
So before I get to the actual birth of the FGC,
yeah,
because this was the modern FGC. This was the birth of the FGC, and then the birth of the modern FGC. Let me give you a couple of stories.
Just before you give the stories, Tom, he just sent in a donation saying, "Could you tell us about Slips?" I know he was just a good fighting game player in general, both in MK and Tekken.
Slips, taken from us way too soon. Slips was part of the STL crew. It was him, Unconquerable, STL Bad Boy, Hatman, and a few others. Very big during Tekken Tag 1. Tekken 4 came out. Slips did not like Tekken 4, as most tag players did not like 4. Then you had, they kept playing Tag 1. And Slips they loved the game so much they were very big in keeping Tag 1 in the modern scene, in the modern spotlight. So at that time, tournaments were segregated, meaning 3D games would have their own tournaments and 2D games would have their dedicated tournaments. So, for example, Tekken would have a tournament like Tekken in Texas, TIT, hosted by Eddie Pistons. You would have Electric Cancel, hosted by, I think, Electric Cancel actually had a site, electriccancel.com, but the same usual suspects from Zaibatsu, right? Tekken Zaibatsu was originally Tekken.net. It was then bought by Vic Stewart, I believe his last name was, Castell, as his name was on the forums, and then turned into TekkenZaibatsu.com. Electric Cancel was, in that old chestnut. Now, most tournaments were segregated. So Slips was very instrumental in bringing Tekken Tag back to the lineup. So you would have like Tekken and Soul Calibur, Tekken 4 and Soul Calibur, but Tag was kind of like yesterday's news.
Mhm.
Slips was very instrumental in bringing Tag back to the tournament circuit, which is how Tag also, when Evo started doing 4, also started doing Tag again, which is how we got Kim Bog-min there. We got to see more of Ryan Hart, et cetera, et cetera. The first time Ryan Hart competed in Tekken on the, I remember a big showdown. This was a really big showdown. I forget what tournament it was at. Was it Electric Cancel 3? It might have been Electric Cancel 3. So in some Tekken history, the first time we really saw the Korea level of skill was in the Tekken Tag World Tournament. So we had the Nationals, which was won by Alex Valle. Second place was Mike Nappy, MIC was his name. I believe it was the top 2 of every country were flown out to America to compete. And it's at that time that we played against the guy from Korea. His name was Suk Dong Min. Now he used his main team was Lei and Yoshi, and he let us know that he actually was not even number 1. He got 3rd over there, and that's when he told us about Park Young, about Jang Ik-soo. We learned about Jang Soo-won. He said these guys are way better than me, but they couldn't make it, so they flew him out. And this is how he found out. This is how we first saw Harung's crazy step. We found out about light dashing, all that kind of stuff. It really put that style of Tekken on the screen, and Tekken exploded because it's like everyone's playing Tekken like one way, and then all of a sudden we're like, what is this? A whole, you know what I mean? A whole new world of like how to play Tekken. And that established Korea as, and we knew about other guys. We knew about Main Street Ryu from Japan or whatever, but this was our first time seeing like that Korean style of play. At Electric Cancel 3, it was like, okay, America's level had increased significantly. And before Electric Cancel 3 is when JOP, a good friend of mine, Eric Akins, one of my closest friends, Jop, was dominating in America. He was winning, tournaments at TIT. He was beating California. He was one of the first guys to actually be able to challenge and consistently beat the West Coast. Like, he was better than him. He was beating Tom Hilfiger. He was beating Joe King. I remember the first time I met Jop, and I was asking about how good some of these guys are. And I said, hey, Joe King, man, how good is that guy? And with a serious face, he goes, I actually couldn't tell you. And I said, I thought you played him. And he goes, I did, but he never got off the ground. So I don't know if he's actually good or it's like that's the kind of level Jop was, that level. Insane Lee, those guys, they were all losing to Jop. Bronson Train, they were all losing to Jop. So it was
Is it GOP job?
JOP.
JOP.
You could probably look up JOP versus Jang Soo-won. I'm sure there are some matches. Or JOP Electric Cancel 3. I know I saw some of them one time. Let me see if they're like very faded
Yeah, God, these are unwatchable.
Okay, let me see them. Put them up. Let
I've
me
got
tell you.
one against Ryan. Oh, okay. I think I've got one here.
Let me tell you how we had to record games back then. The way we had to record footage is somebody had to plug the console. By the way, I'm a big fan of it too. I watch the Stevie Richards podcast all the time.
Do you watch James?
I do. And I
Yeah,
also
it's
want to
pretty
say
good.
I agree with Conrad. It's a hot take.
No,
Roman Reigns. I agree.
he
I
just had
agree.
two matches back to back that were.
I agree.
Yeah, but Conrad, he's wrong. He's wrong. Who had the
Not of
best
all,
match at
not
SummerSlam?
not not of all time. Definitely wrong on that.
But he's not overrated though. He delivers when they put him in high stakes matches. He delivers. Who had the best match at SummerSlam?
They had him in like. I mean,
So yeah, he's avoiding the question.
when John Cena was kind of shoved down people's throats and booked like to appeal to kids, nobody liked him.
Yeah, that's true.
It became more popular. Roman Reigns was always just shoved down people's throats.
Yeah, but people actually like him now.
They like him now. I don't want to say. I just think a lot of times it can come down to how he's booked or how he's being used, not so much him as a character, but how the character is being used.
Okay, who had the best match at SummerSlam?
I probably him and Seth Rollins, but I mean that says a lot too. Yeah,
Who had the best match at WrestleMania?
I agree with Bret Hart that wrestling is it's actors pretending to be wrestlers, not wrestlers trying to be actors.
Who had the best match at WrestleMania?
At WrestleMania,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't think there were any good matches.
CM Punk versus Roman Reigns was a sick
Oh, that was
match.
good. I'm a big CM Punk guy. That was good. That was good. That was good. But back on this. So this is Suwan and Park, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me take some footage from that tournament
No,
that I'm
this is Jang Iksu and Juno
Jang
Lee.
Suwan, Jang Iksu. Jang Suwan is Jang Iksu is the king of kings. He is the most legendary figure in Tekken Tag history. Let me see if I can EC3.
This is when Jin was still fighting like a Mishima.
Oh, I got this is JOP versus Ryan Hart. So type in JOP space EC3 space Tekken Tag. And the first things that pop up should be Jop versus Ryan Hart. You should see a bunch of those games. Let me know if you see that. And then, there's and then there's finals. If you scroll down past that, you'll see Jang Suwon, Korea versus JOP. And the reason why these are
Can you link it?
individual.
It's not coming up.
Yes. I gotta
No
put
Roman
these.
Reigns slander in the chat, guys. Who acknowledge my tribal chief. Tom just hates everyone that's not Hulk Hogan.
I gotta put these individually in here for you. And the reason why I had to put these individually, Mike, do you know why all these games are individual?
I've only got one.
Why do you think they're individual?
I have no idea. I can only see one.
They're individual because that's how we were able to record matches. In other words, somebody had to hook up the console to a VCR, and then they had to record the tournament or the set. Then somebody would have to cut these videos one by one and try to compress them as much as possible. And the full set the file size was too big for technology at the time. So we had to wait for the tape had to be mailed to somebody, usually like Castell or someone like that on Tekken Zaibatsu or Electric Cancel, somebody would break or whatever the community was at the time, would have to break the footage down match by match and would have to upload a set one game at a time. And you have to wait for these massive files to go up on these sites. And then you could download them in like an hour over, God knows how long. That's Jop versus Suwan. Here's Jop versus Ryan Hart.
God, Tekken looks so different back here.
Yeah, this is
There's
tag
so
one.
much more interaction. You're not in the air for 10 years.
Yeah, this is tag one. After this is Jop versus Ryan Hart. And then let's do Suwan versus Ryan Hart. One of each of them. Jing Suwan versus Ryan Hart.
So, I mean, I played Tekken Tag 1 quite a lot, but I was a kid. Were the ogres the top tier characters then?
Mashimas.
Okay,
Mashimas, then ogres.
right.
Um, so this is the one of the first times I can remember international competition coming over from Tekken. But this was real because America was not the America of 2 years prior, right? So here you have Jop beating everybody, and they brought in a Korean to beat him, basically. This is again East, and they brought in. We even had guys, and there were enough girls, believe it or not, playing Tekken at this point that we could also hold a girls only tournament. I believe the top female player. I mean, you had Sushi X, I believe. Then you had, what was it, June Known? I don't remember. Sushi X is the only one I really remember. I remember there were a few girls. There was one that played double Changs. I forgot her name though. Ginger Chang from Colorado, I believe. Ginger Chang, that's who it was. And you would have like girl only tournaments. And
Hmm.
when Suwon came over here, I forgot the name of the girl from Korea. They brought a Korean woman over here too to
Was there
play in the
any
girls.
issues? Were guys like, why are there only girls tournaments, or was it acceptable?
No, it was accepted. There was a guys tournament and a girls tournament. The girls could join the guys if they wanted to, I'm sure. But, but yeah, there were that many female players. There, which is hard to believe, by modern standards. I guess because it's all mucked together. But people were really enjoying Tekken at this point. Tekken Zaibatsu was flourishing. The matchmaker forums were flourishing. This was again, we're a lot better now. So they bring in Suwon. Ryan Hart came for this one as well. And this was when JOP, there was a big thing. It was a big money match. JOP versus Ryan Hart. And it was called the infamous first to 20. It was the first to 26 because Ryan Hart was saying like,
26.
yeah, he was trying to say, if you really want to see who's better, 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 isn't the way. So they did a first to 26, to which Jop lost. In the tournament against Ryan Hart, though, Jop beat him. There was an issue around Ryan Hart who used the Namco stick. It broke. Someone else gave him their Namco stick. Jop gave him the game back and let Ryan Hart kind of wave dish around practice for 10 minutes. And then they played again, and Jop beat him. But of course, there's, that was the infamous, like, well, what would have happened if his stick, yada, yada, yada. I mean, them's the breaks, I guess it comes down to, But, and then Jop versus Suwon. Jop actually put Suwon in the loser's bracket, which was huge. And Suwon comes back and beat him 2 sets. However, there was some chicanery that took place. The great Eddie Pistons, before the tournament, intentionally got Jang Suwon. Let's just say he gave him a specific amount of alcohol.
Oh no.
And then Tom Hilfiger came over and was like, "What are you doing?" Whatever. But the rumor is then Suwon sobered up, ended up winning. We'll never know. It's always going to be exaggerated how much he quote unquote drank, right? But when it was that nation of domination by any means necessary for America kind of style, right? But Suwon ended up winning the tournament, and this was probably the highest level America ever competed against because we never got to play Park Young, we never got to play Jang Ik-soo. Kim Bok-min didn't come over here, but Kim Bok-min, I don't really know what he was at this point back then. He certainly wasn't on their level. But during the peak of this game's life is when this is the highest level America ever competed against. Then, for those who say, by the way, you can never please a fighting game player. As much as Tekken players especially, as much as Tech or fighting game players, I guess, as much as Tekken players complain now about Tekken 8 and their offense, there were just as many who, when Arthur Nash was talking about defense, was crying about him backdashing, quote unquote, whatever in Tekken 7. In Tekken 4, people didn't like the change to movement. They didn't like the backdashing was sluggish. They didn't like any of that. However, at the end of Tekken Tag 1, when the owner of Tekken Zaibatsu, Castell, put a poll on the site, what do you want to see in Tekken 4? What won the poll was a backdash stumble to punish excessive backdashing. Fighting games will always be a tale as old as time of be careful what you wish for. So, and then Tekken 4 comes out. Does anybody know where the first arcade cabinet in Tekken 4 was?
No idea.
Let's see, chat, does anyone know their history? Where was the first arcade cabinet for Tekken 4? In America.
Is it going to be a place that is obvious, or is it Chinatown Fair?
Does anyone know? No
I'm
one
not
will
that
ever
much
know.
of an uncle.
Nobody will ever know.
I have no idea. Harada's office.
Somebody in America got the arcade machine one day before most arcades got it, and even one day before Castell from Tekken Zaibatsu got it.
Eris?
That person is me.
Oh.
I
So it was in your house.
Yes. I only because they were going to deliver it out the next day. I bought it from a distributor in Maryland, and it was getting rolled out in general the next day. I said, "Well, I'll just come and pick it up today." So I had it one day for everybody else, and because I had it for free, a lot of people could come and play. You know, they wouldn't have to go to the arcade anymore and play. And you know what? Does anybody know why I bought that game?
No.
Because I was so sick and tired of these shitbag trash Virginia Tekken players. The SFE, I love them. Will Bang, Richard Hu, Jack Hu, and Tom Hu. The Will Bang, the biggest scrub in the history of Tekken. And I love you though, Will. I was so tired. Southern Virginia, you had Super Virginia, whatever. I was like, I don't play this game. I play DOLA Mortal Kombat. But you know what? The next Tekken game, I'm going to whip every single one of you. And I did. I bought the game. They were all trash, garbage, scrub, irrelevant players. Very easy to beat. They were great players locally in Tekken Tag, but they could never compete on a national stage. And the one time somebody came to Virginia that could compete in a national stage in the next game, they were obsolete and all retired.
What did you do with the cabinet?
Huh? I built an arcade. So the house I was renting had a shed. So we gutted it, put tiled floors, drop ceilings, an air conditioner, and I put arcade games in it. And the first one that I put there was Tekken 4. And people from Virginia would come, like at that time, top Virginia players who went on to go to nationals, Fetz and Chie. Then you also had Jop came one time before NEC. He came, played there. There was a time when many players would actually stay with me for long periods of time just to be able to play the game, etc. And ironically, even California. So I had the cabinet, and I was the first one. I was Jin. People, when they wanted to learn Jin, they came to the House of Jin. When I was Jin all the way. When I first got the game, I was noticing that I'm like, you can't escape this counter hit laser scraper. And I'm posting it on Zaibatsu. And you get, idiot doesn't know you can hold forward and escape stuns. I'm like, no, I know you hold forward to escape stuns, stupid California players. Of course I know that. What I'm saying is you can't escape it, and whatever. And then found out about the Just Frame laser scraper. And then I was like telling Jop and everybody, I was like, man, even Jop eventually went to Jin when he was tired of dealing with Jin and wanted to went to Jin or whatever. And I was Jin all the way. Jin.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, this like, Mick came to my house for a little bit as well. It's when the first time I met Mick for the first time. We were all going to a tournament. They all flew in, and it wasn't available on console yet. So an obvious place to stay was we're going to stay with this guy, and then we'll all draft to the tournament together. It was one of the Philly tournaments. I lived in Virginia. Philly was about 3-4 hours from me. So it was like, we'll stay here. This way we can all play for free and then just go to the tournament. So a lot of people on the East Coast would come to play because the game was, arcades first for at least a year. And it was their way to be able to play and learn stuff and just play and just grind without having to pay money. So that is, and Tekken 4 was when we first learned about Mad Dog Jin. Mad Dog Jin came over here for Electric Cancel 4.
Mm-hmm.
Play stop in that. Came over here for Electric Cancel 4. And it was our first brush with Mad Dog Jin. We had seen like videos, but it's our first time competing against him. And he came over with another player, Junior Lime. And Junior Lime, he lost. He got top, but the rumor is Tekken was so serious in Korea that for losing and not even at least getting under Mad Dog, he almost lost his job. That he brought that kind of disgrace.
That's crazy.
That is the rumor. Yes. So here's Junior Lime. Yeah. Mad Dog brought Junior Lime over. This is when Mad Dog was retired for a little bit because after the Evo, Mad Dog, so Mad Dog comes over here, wins with Jin. Second place is Tom Hilfiger, etc. Then I think Bronson Tran, Insane Lee. There was another Heihachi player after that from Japan, I believe, but he was staying in the St. Louis area. But then as Evo picks up Tekken, Mad Dog Jin comes over. Now, there was a big rivalry here between another player, Kenbu from Japan. He was a Ling player. So Mad Dog doesn't come to TIT. Kenbu does. Kenbu wins with Ling. And Kenbu was talking a lot of trash about Mad Dog. You could just tell the Japanese and the Koreans, there was this rivalry going on with them. Mm. I remember some players were kind of, riling Kenbu up a little bit about, Mad Dog was here, he'd have beat you, right? And we recorded it. I remember what happened to the film, but I remember Kenbu was so mad. He broken English. He just stood up at the table. He goes, "Mad Dog Jin, suck!" We were all recording. Like, he was like he was mad. Like he powered up. Ooh, because everybody was just like trolling the guy, right? But he doesn't understand American trolling, right? So, but that was kind of like the big thing. Like here's Evo, Mad Dog Jin is there, Kenbu is there, etc. I think they both actually tied, and this is when Jin Kid beats Mad Dog Jin. And it was like, wait a minute. America is actually the best. It's the first time America was ever the best region in the world at Tekken, was Tekken 4. And look at it. It's made for us Americans. Look at how this game plays. It's sidestep 1-2, wall push.
There's not many combos.
It's made for Americans. It's made for us. Of course we were going. Yeah. So, yeah, America was the number one region in the long run in Tekken 4. I don't want to get too much into Tekken 5 because that's, for another day. I want to touch now on what really made the FGC possible today.
Thank you, Sneaky Wolf, for the 3 months.
Can anyone guess the game that saved the FGC?
Street Fighter 4?
Nope.
Really? Uh, what are
Does
you talking
anybody know
modern?
the game that birthed what we have now? Evo, the modern FGC structure,
Oh, Marvel versus Capcom.
Marvel versus Capcom 2. Without that game, there is no FGC.
Yeah, yeah.
No, there are no tournaments without that. Marvel 2 came out, and that is what changed everything. Marvel 2 was so big. I mean, and it brought so many rivalries. Right, because the East Coast West Coast rivalry was still there, and we're going to get into some shenanigans around that. Before even that, MVC one, one of the biggest showdowns ever between the East and West Coast was New York versus California and MVC one with Eddie Lee, Arturo Sanchez. Then you got everyone from the West Coast as well, Valle, everyone from the West Coast. Um, it was a big showdown won by New York. Um, Now in MVC two, during a good beginning portion of the game's life, the top player was Duck Doe, then Valle, things like that, you know. But Duck Doe was, and there's so much history. Man, I don't want to bypass any of it. But uh, it's Marvel's rise. It is Justin Wong kind of upset the apple cart because as long as California was dominating, it was very much as the nothing to see here. California wins, so on and so forth. Marvel's popularity also rose with the Justin Wong's time. As the story goes, young Justin Wong spent all summer in Chinatown Fair, losing and losing and leveling up until he became the Justin that we know. I believe I was actually at the first tournament Justin won. It was at Game Time in Virginia. I think this is considered to be the first one where Justin Wong wins the tournament. And as he never lost again for years. Uh, as he continues to win, there are players on the East Coast that are seeking out from West Coast players what's going on. This is an infamous showdown here as well. What's going on? And they're giving East Coast players that you don't understand. We know what to do. That wouldn't work here, etc. And Justin is still winning. So what you are watching right here is Justin Wong's first actual quote unquote test, as they call it. East Coast Championship, 8 on the break. Ricky Ortiz comes to supposedly beat Justin Wong. Now, again, there were many things said to Ricky that were beyond cancelable. The slurs that were being shouted at him and yelled at him were just something that would not fly today.
Mm.
But Justin wins. West Coast still unwilling to realize that Justin Wong is that guy. Says, damn, Ricky must have been rusty. The next test for Justin is Texas Showdown, where he will go up against Alex Valle. And he wins. And then we have the infamous B3, Battle by the Bay, in which we all knew it was about Justin Wong versus Duck Doe in the grand finals. And that had everybody watching.
Is
And
that match still on YouTube?
I believe it is.
Let me
And
try and find it.
Justin Wong wins. Hail to the king. And what ends up happening is Marvel, that exploded Marvel. And Marvel really kind of united the FGC. Before Marvel, there were very few tournaments that were not segregated. You would have like the E Series and the Midwest Extravaganza and Big E. The reason why like the Big E events were so big is it was every game. It wasn't segregated. He would hold tournaments for every game. And Marvel had would change the format from the to the modern FGC now, where uh, most games were represented. There was no longer tournaments for these 2D games and then 3D games. Kind of everything was represented, and it was B3 that went on to become Evolution. And Marvel was so big and brought in so many players, it allowed other games to piggyback off of Marvel. So Third Strike, Alpha, things like that, and CVS piggybacked off of Marvel, and they could fly like Guilty Gear. They could fly Boss in from like Japan. Like Boss was coming to a lot of the Evos. They could fly them in, and it would it would expand. And also by bringing in the top Japanese players is how you could why Third Strike became bigger, right? Because a lot of the top Japanese were coming here, and then some of the Americans were being flown out there. So it kind of changed everything. Marvel really gave way to that. Many people today try to say nobody wants a broken game like Marvel. These newer games should be just how they are. You got to understand, any of these newer games could not have resurrected the FGC. But this broken game, quote unquote, which it was, did. Marvel did more for the FGC than probably any game will ever do. This game is why we have what we have today. It came from this game right here. Without this, there's no Evo. Without Evo, without bringing over international competition, other fighting game scenes wouldn't have that kind of early access to see the way games are, not early access, but I mean, before modern technology and online, how are you going to see the Japanese level, of these other games? The Third Strike was dead. This allowed Third Strike to piggyback. This allowed Alpha 3. One of the biggest Alpha 3 matches of all time was Alex Valle versus Daigo. Every game in Alpha 3 is when every country had their championships. And the big thing was, at least America and Japan, and the champion of Japan versus Alex Valle, the champion of America. And that was probably the most influential showdown of I'm older than Valle by a little bit. So, it's not like I'm some kid, like whatever. But it was a big deal because we didn't have things like that here. It was huge. And, a lot of younger players who don't understand, there were so many younger players who think, oh, I'm getting top 8 at these online tournaments, whatever. You have no idea how good someone like Valle is. Like, this guy's a true legend. And you got modern players who think like they're doing something at a regional tournament. Well, where is this guy today? No idea who they are talking about. Obviously there's a level of reverence here in the Street Fighter community, but I think even some of the younger players would be like, well, where or XYZ today. But it was a huge showdown, and but you could allow so many of these games to be played now, where before the FGC was just dying. And Marvel also gave way to the modern tournament structure of the hotel conference room, the monitor, the setup, which allowed, gave way to the console era. And then the console era was born, where you would have multiple games there. Now, Street Fighter 4 is seen as the FGC Renaissance because Marvel had just been around for too long. The FGC needed a new battery to power it. And then it was Street Fighter. People look at Street Fighter as the battery that powered the FGC. Street Fighter was in the back of the room compared to this game. And I don't want to get more into Tekken 5 stuff. Tekken 5 had a great rise and a fall. But we see Tekken recover just fine. There are just so many.
Do you have any history on Soul Calibur?
Yes, I do. So before we knew about DTN, and let me give a shout out to Kayane here, who was, I think she was 13 at the time, just beating the stuffing out of people in Soul Calibur.
Which Soul Calibur?
Soul Calibur 2. She was, I think, one of the right below Dan the Nightmare. So originally, let's go to Soul Calibur 1. Dan the Nightmare, etc. I think
We've actually got a fight here between Dan the Nightmare and Kayane on Soul Calibur 2.
Yeah, but I think Dan the Nightmare was before Kayane because she was so young. Kayane's brother was also a good Soul Calibur 2 player, and he was a DOA player who went by the name Hayabusa. Also, just some reference there. Has some history there. In Soul Calibur 1, uh, WC Maxi, Jason Arney, was trying to build an American scene. So we had this like team of people that he felt was good, was top, and they went over to France. And Dan the Nightmare did what he does, but it really sparked a big Soul Calibur revolution here. Once Dreamcast came out, more people got into Soul Calibur 1 because, again, then they didn't have to go to the arcade. It brought Soul Calibur to the consoles, in which Soul Calibur could then begin to build a structured scene. So Soul Calibur 1 you had players like Fetz, everyone knew about Jason Arney, and Strayer over from the West Coast, people like that. When Soul Calibur 2 came out, is Dan the Knight, Kayane, Lord Eris. I'm going to give shout outs to my boy Lord Eris here. Lord Eris went to France when they held one of the tournaments dubbed the Soul Calibur 2 World Tournament, and killers were there. The great Mick, the great RTD, Kayane, Dan the Nightmare. Eris won. Eris, Lord Eris. Put some respect on that Valdo. Yeah, Eris was brutal in this game. Brutal. Yeah, I mean, just such a good player.
Did you ever play it?
This game? No, I didn't get into Soul Calibur until 4, and I played Astaroth. And I'm glad I did. I got to play Wing Zero before he passed. Big Boy from Atlanta before he passed. That's when I lost to Oofmatic at 7 o'clock in the morning after the tournament being ran all night, and I should have beaten him. I should have beaten him. I just, I don't even want to. I think the video's still online of me playing Soul Calibur 4. Let me see.
This is the video of Eris versus Dan the Nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, he's got a bit of an intro here. Let's get into the match.
Let's see if
Voldo is the worst character to fight if the other guy's really good. What a nightmare character. No pun intended.
I don't know why it's so hard to find some of my matches because they were, I'm so old. Let me see.
Yeah, YouTube buries that shit.
I know they're on here. It doesn't help that when you type in Tom Brady, you're not going to get.
So what is the origins of your name? Because you said that was before my name was Tom.
The origins of my name was at a tournament in which there was Dead or Alive, in which I won. EP put me in the bracket as Tom Brady because I'm a Peyton Manning guy in football back then, and EP was a Tom Brady guy. EP was running the tournament, so I was both a Brady and Manning guy, but I was more Manning. But I was wearing a Tom Brady jersey, and EP put me in the bracket as Tom Brady, and I won the tournament. And of course, that video got spliced and sent around, and people just knew me as Tom Brady, and that was it. It just stuck. It could never be changed again. Everyone literally called me Tom Brady, and even people that know my name still called me Tom. And I'm like, you know my name. Why?
Yep. What was your previous name for gaming? Or you just went by Bill?
Yeah, I didn't use a game. I didn't care.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find. Oh man, I can't even find my Soul Calibur 4.
I can have a look for it whilst you're explaining.
I had one guy that I triple perfected. I'll never find that again. I think it was Human Typhoon, but he was from Canada.
Eris really is good.
Let me see. Oh! I found it. Oh my God.
How many years ago is it?
How many years ago? It is 17 years ago.
Damn.
Uh, uh,
Oh, man, they need to bring us
Here,
back Soul
play
Calibur.
this. Play this. Your boy Tom Brady. Let me look up. Let me look up me versus Ufmatic. Actually, that's what I really wanted. That's actually a good match. Mm,
Let's see if Tom could beat me on Soul Calibur.
Soul Calibur 4, I'd crush you.
I don't know about that.
Did you play Calibur 4?
Yeah, I was really good at Soul Calibur 4.
You were an Algol player, though. Well, it depends. What rules? The tournament's like you could never. Oh, that's what killed this game. That's what killed this game.
Yeah, I was not allowed to enter a lot of tournaments, but the ones that I was, I
Really?
normally got top 3.
Oh yeah, I was the king of just frame throws. Never missed one. Never, never, not one. It was a Christmas tree.
Man, I
Obvious.
miss Soul Calibur so much.
Oh yeah, I like this game. One perfect, and yeah, there's two perfects.
Who's this against?
He's a Canadian player. He was okay.
Are you sure he's okay? What's he doing? Mate, this is a child. You're playing a child.
Well, give me. That's why I said play Ufmatic. But this was like an average player back then. You know, this is what I would do to average players. Let me give you Ufmatic. So, this is me versus Ufmatic. This is in top 8. Now keep in mind. Let me give you this. This is me versus Ufmatic. So obviously, you know this is a good player now. Here's me versus Ufmatic.
No,
Oh,
this guy's garbage.
yeah. He's garbage. But
No offense.
no, it's okay. Have you seen modern players in pools? They're not much better, Mike.
Yeah, I
They're not.
agree.
And people always freeze up on those stages against Astros. They never want to move, you know, because they're afraid of being wrung out. Now this was the I didn't have to do a direction on the bull rush.
Oh my god, the cameraman, what's he
Yeah.
doing?
So to keep my, I did not. Oh, he started. Okay, I won the first game. Wow, he started halfway through. So I won the first game. And I'm trying to adjust. I've never played Apprentice, right? I've never fought this character. So I'm trying to adjust. Now keep in mind, we have all been up for over 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you know, I'm trying to adjust to this. Oh, with the okey doke. Ah, the old okey doke. Ah, yes. See, like, I don't even know some of this stuff. And he picked Apprentice on me because, like, you know, me and Just Frame throws. You know what I mean? So he's like, I'll pick Apprentice so he can just, you know, A plus B.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know.
Was his A plus B in particular really powerful?
It broke every throw. You never had to guess. But you had to have bar.
Hmm.
But and I don't know what I'm fighting here. Like I'm like what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, I remember not a lot of people like this character.
Yeah,
They
I'm
played
like
him in tournament, but
yeah.
they didn't like him.
Yeah, I'm like what is this? I didn't. And like some of the force lightning shit. Yeah, don't throw me, bitch. I broke all the throws. Back then, we used to break all throws, man. You couldn't play in Atlanta if you didn't break throws, Mike.
But breaking Frozen in Soul Calibur was
Yeah.
significantly easier
It's a
than
guess.
Tekken.
Yeah, it's a guess. No, back then it was a guess.
It was a guess, but the window was quite big.
You shoot. Yeah, of course. You could see the grab and had time to guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, like, by your back to the wall, you would always break the ring out throws. You know what I mean? Because you had a big window. Like, again, I don't know some of these moves that he's doing to me. I'm like, what is this lightning on the ground? I didn't even know that Rennie had a bar. Well, I did know that, but I was just too tired to see it. So we're all exhausted here. I don't know how that was some Tekken 8 stuff right there. Yeah, I'm like, what is these moves? And now it's 1-1, and this is where my tiredness got me. This is how I got the name Tom Brady too, because I'm also people call me that because I'm very clutch. I'm very infamous from being about to die And to me, when you do it so many times, when you're about to lose, you're just like, this is what I do. This is what I do, right? So a lot of times when I go down 2 rounds, I think I'm going to win. So here's Ufmatic. Again, more shenanigans. I I'm like, what? Yeah, and we're all tired, and I'm extremely lost. I don't know if he knows at this point that I don't know the gimmicks. So at this point, and again, like I said, this is in top 8 where we're beyond gas.
Hmm. Wait, are you about to make a comeback here?
There was no better Astaroth in this game in 4.
We had an Astaroth player called Shinjin. He was really, really good.
I never got in 4. I never got to play him. I wish, man. Soul Calibur 4. I wish this game didn't die, and it died because custom rules, right? One day Yoda's banned, one day he's not. One day Algol's banned, one day he's not. You can't alter just frame grabs, baby. You can't. One day. Who says I don't have execution? It's like a Christmas tree when I throw this guy, man. Just frame grabs every time. So I'm down 2-0, but you're Astaroth. The stage is small enough. See that? He broke. Yeah. He could break any throw I do. So even though I just frame it, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't have to guess which throw it is. Doesn't have a big enough window. Oh, the old okey doke.
I'd be fuming if someone
did. And this is where I got tired. He went to throw me with his back to the edge, and I went to. I didn't see that fast enough. He was at a bar, and instead of doing from crouching down forward K, I did while standing K. I was just tired. Like right now, that was it. It was over. Bull rush. It was over. I didn't mean to bull. Yeah. I would have bull rushed him out. And it's right there. Again, I'm trying to do down forward, right? And I got that. We're just tired, man. And he ends up gimmicking me out. Like I don't know what these moves are. I'm like, what is this move? I don't even know what that. I've never seen that. I'm like, what is that? I'm like, what is that move? And then he was at a meter, and I'm like, I wasn't even paying attention to his meter. I was exhausted.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a rough character to go against.
But I was like, my God, twice I did down forward from crouch. Now Astaroth's bull rush in that game tracked. You didn't have to do angle. I retired from Soul Calibur the minute I had to do an angle bull rush. I'm like, I'm not playing that shit. I love that Astaroth. Yeah, I had never seen that Roast Lightning before. We were up for 24 hours. Yeah. And I'm like, and I was top. So for those who say there's no evidence of Tom Brady in top 8 in any of these games, there you go.
I'm trying to find my match from like eons ago, but it's buried on YouTube as well. I don't think I can find it.
Yeah, Soul Calibur. So in Soul Calibur 2 is really when, again, Soul Calibur exploded. And you had Fets, you had Tidy Whitey from California, you had Mick, RTD, etc. And you had Lord Eris. Over in France, you had players, but this is when Soul Calibur, when they had like a national tournament, things like that. They were doing that, like Tekken, nationals, worlds, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Dan the Knight, Mayor, I don't remember if he won the first Evo. I know after that, the Mick and RTD, and I remember Mick went to EC5 when he beat Eris after Eris won the, and they gave me a big shout out on there too. And just so people don't think like I make any of this stuff up, let me find the video. Let's see, EC5.
Damn, finding my old matches on here is a mission.
You're not gonna find. Yeah, you can't find old matches.
Do you remember what was his name? Was it worst Geef ever?
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah, he had them all on his channel, but I don't remember what his channel name is. It was like hack something, hack dot something. Had a really weird name.
Let's see. Trailer. Here we go. Got it. The DVD trailer. Let me send this to you, Mike. I just want you to play like one scene. You don't got to play the whole thing. This was the so, and I want you to play it with sound too. So hold on before you show this. Let me just say this: the way DVDs Evo like Electro Cancel, what they would do is you would have to sign waivers. So say you go to Evolution, you would have to then sign a waiver saying that your matches can be played, and they would sell it on a DVD. So you waive your right to your matches, and Evo would do its DVD, Electric Cancel would do its DVD. Go play the sound. How many minutes is this?
7.
Just go. Don't do that. Go to. Let's bring. Because so I had sent. I couldn't go to this one, but Jin Master, Jop, Tran, and Mick, the great MIC, went out to this one, and I didn't expect this. And when they were filming the video, Mick goes, "I did it for The Godfather," and you can see Jop and Tran in the background going, "We did it for Bill." And then they gave me like a cool ass tribute on this. And let me just go to where it is really quick in the video, because if I tell this shit, most people are like, "Oh, that guy Tom, he wasn't really anything. You know, he doesn't really know shit."
I've seen this before.
Let's see. Yeah, let's just start at start at 4 minutes.
Okay.
And give us sound, and you can just see how much fun everybody's having. This is what tournaments were like. That's Jop. It might be Slips. I mean, they had some. There's Tim Bob Men. Making fun of Slips. There's Slips making fun of Slips doing elbows. That's SLA from Seattle.
That guy's crazy. He's trying to say he was going to sell his ass to me. That's fucking insane. A Korean ass? Woo! Come on, man. Yeah. What? What? Oh, yes. What? What?
We like to Americanize Korean. All right, turn it up now. Turn it up. Turn it up. I can hear this.
Did you say turn it off or turn it up?
Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up. Give him some volume here.
The only reason why I came here was to take out the word.
Here it is, right here. Here it is.
You know? But you know, easy fight, man. I did it for the Godfather.
Okay, you can turn it off. Now, seeing this, does this sound like a guy who the Mortal Kombat community tells you is a scrub and is embellishing that who is really good at anything, or is there a genuine respect?
No, it's genuine. There's love and respect there.
Yeah. Most of you
People,
MK
people
players 2 years
just.
from now, no one will even know who you guys are. No, I'm just joking. But I'm not. But not really. So uh, every kind of scene kind of had this, right? But that was the problem. Like it was too segregated. The FGC wasn't being brought together, and it was really struggling to be coming to the console era. And Marvel 2 really did that. That was the tournament after France, in which Mick beat Eris. And then there was a specific Evo moment in which Mick and RTD. This goes back to the rivalry with the West Coast. So Mick and RTD make it to the finals, and they were so tired of the West Coast politics that they refused to play their main characters. They had both come up with that they were going to play all the players on the West Coast, their characters, and mock how they play.
Mhm.
And as this, Evo refused to put the grand finals on the DVD. This is the pettiness. Let me give you some more Evo stories.
Oh, this is. I found the match. Well, I found one of the matches. This is 14 years ago. Me
Oh
playing
my
Argo.
gosh!
Yeah.
Mike Hollow, how old were you, man?
I started entering tournaments when I was a kid, and everybody else was a grown man. But this was. I don't think I won this tournament. I think I ended up losing. But this is. It's not even the oldest video. This is just the one that I could find now.
Did you ever find that annoying that from tournament to tournament, they would oftentimes change their mind on characters like Algol, Yoda? Sometimes you would go to the tournament and then find out he was banned.
Yeah, like so I started entering properly in Soul Calibur 5, but I tried my hand at Soul Calibur 4 a little bit, and I would go to tournaments and just be told, yeah, you can't enter. And I was like, great. So,
Yeah.
and then some tournaments would be like, yeah, you can enter. So it was.
But that's what killed 4.
Yeah, unfortunately. With 5, I never had an issue with entering. I could go to any tournament I
But
wanted.
4, it was like, is Yoda banned today or is he not? And finally they banned him because he's can't even do all the moves on him, can't throw him. And then it was like, should Algol be banned? Then they were, should Hilda should be banned, and they couldn't decide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they just couldn't. So it just tore the whole community apart, unfortunately.
Yeah, this guy at the time was the best Mitsurugi that we had. I'm pretty sure he beat me 3-2 in this, and then the next tournament I beat him 3-2. So we always go back and forth.
Man, we got some young Mike Hollow footage. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
pretty good.
I think I was 17, so I was really
I didn't
young.
play this game. So you were like 14 in Soul Calibur 4.
Yeah, I was the
Oh,
youngest
man.
person in any tournament.
Young Mike, 14-year-old Mike Hollow. I don't know how well he would have fared.
I did well. I did well. Any tournament I went to, every Soul Calibur tournament I went to,
Okay.
including when I went to France, I always got top
How
eight.
did you play it? Because the online was not very good.
It was good for me. I was number 1 ranked in the world. Good enough for me. I was number 1 ranked in the world, and I stayed number 1 ranked for a whole year. No one took me off.
Oh, nice. Yeah, over here in the States, the online was meh, at best. So in Marvel 2, let me just give some more FGCs. I want to give each kind of game. Let me give a Marvel 2 story. In Marvel 2, after Justin, he beats Ricky, he beats Valle, he beats Duck Doe, he's winning these tournaments. Then comes a crew from the West Coast, from the Seattle area, powered by a guy called Rotron. I don't know if you guys in the chat ever know who Rotron is. Rodolfo. And he had his crew, Cody Licious, Storm Player, so on and so forth. So what happens is Rodolfo comes to the East Coast to challenge Justin Wong. And Rodolfo puts Justin Wong in loser's bracket. And there were people putting real money. One guy actually, after Justin got knocked in losers, bet his car on Rodolfo and lost.
Did he actually give up his car?
No, he left and never came back.
Smart move.
Yeah. Named Mike Kensu, I believe his name was. Bet his car on Rodolfo. And Justin resets it, wins the second set, and Never came back. We never saw him again. But he actually bet his car.
Did he never come back to any tournaments ever?
Nope. Never again. Never seen again.
That's crazy.
Yeah, never seen again. Then there is the Evo shadiness. So at one of the Evos, Justin Wong faces Rodolfo in winners finals and puts him in losers 3-1. So the winners final set was the legit tournament set, right? Then they get to the grand finals. And Evo says, look at the time. We got to get out of here. So they say, we're going to have to shorten the grand finals, boys. One game now equals one set. So it was one and done.
That's mad.
So Justin Wong has to win one game, but Rodolfo has to win two. Rodolfo wins the first game. So now if he wins one more, that counts as him winning two sets. Justin wins the second game. Justin wins Evo. They give Rodolfo his money in cash. This is how petty the West Coast is against East Coast. They give Justin an envelope, and Justin's like, my envelope sure feels super light. He pulls it out, and it's a post-dated check that he can't deposit for 1 week. So for all those who think about Evo as being this prestige tournament, Evo used to rig. No tournament used to be as rigged as Evo. Evo would intentionally rig the brackets to make the best fight the best and the worst fight the worst. What does this happen? You'll have some nobody go through other nobodies and make top 8. And Evo would do this to sell the dream. Anything can happen at Evolution. Look at this guy. Who knew? They would oftentimes also put the top East Coast players against the top East Coast players. They just could never, for the earliest days of Evo, could never get over that East Coast West Coast rivalry. Never could do it. Took many, many years for that to just kind of, get the kibosh put on it. So that is. I mean, there's so many stories from like all those things. 16-bit and MK9, yeah, those were some good ones. I've got some funny stories as well. For me, this is during when I was the commentator of MK9 at MLG, and I couldn't compete at all the majors at that time were MLG. So I went like 4 or 5 months without competing in majors. So, of course, the talk of the town became, does Tom really have it? He's probably been surpassed by everybody. He's not competing. He's just a commentator. So I went to a tournament called Chicago Heart in Chicago because Dizzy was going to be there. 16-bit was going to be there. Forever King was going to be there. So I'm like, I'm going to go, even though it's a local, there's going to be top players there. See if I can still compete. And I was so tired. I went there because people on the East Coast said to me, people keep talking about like, maybe Kenchi's not as good as we thought. Only one person is doing it, yada, yada, yada. So 16-bit who had beaten me, he probably would have beaten me anyway with Sub-Zero. Versus Katana was a very tough match. It was a close set. But if I lose, I lost to the input bug. In other words, I went to do a down 4. I got a standing 4 because of the input bug. Full comboed in the last round of the last match of the last set. And that I was so heartbroken by that. I'm like, man, if I'm going to lose, let me lose, man. So I could just say, you got me. To lose, and I couldn't get hit. So I'm down 55. It's over. So I went to Chicago Heart, and I used Kenchi. And I said, I'm going to prove that Kenchi is not just a one person or two people can use him and win.
Yeah.
So I beat a few people, beat 16-bit, put him in losers. I get all the way to the grand finals. And this is where the trolling of me became really big. Not grand. I get to the winners finals. And this was all off stream. And they say, okay, we're going to put the matches on stream now. They said, we're going to put the losers semis, losers finals, and grand finals on stream, but not the winners finals. I'm like, why? I'm in the winners finals. Why are you not putting this on stream? But it was part of the trolling of Tom Brady. So I wanted to win. I was going to pick Sub-Zero on Dizzy. I would have won.
Mm-hmm.
No Cage ever beat me. No, never would happen. And but I'm like, okay, if it's not going to be there, I'm going to play Kenshi on Disney C, whatever. I think I got second or third. I went Kenshi all the way through. Never used Sub-Zero in that tournament because I'm like, why aren't you going to put me on stream? I was so upset, and I'm like, I never get any time anymore because I'm commentating MLG, and now you're not going to put me on stream. People want to see me play.
Yeah.
But I still was able to, just all the dumb things that would happen in the FGC that nobody would know about. And a lot of the crybaby stories, a lot of the PL, quote unquote, people act like PL's a crybaby. Let me just give you the real truth about this. PL is one of the first people to ever stand up for players' rights. So PL, when tournaments started being $50, $60, $70, $80 just to walk in the door, and you pay your exorbitant entry fee and whatever, PL had a situation where he's like, hey, this stream setup is a little laggy. Like, the headphones don't work right. I can't hear it. And the TOs, instead of taking responsibility, labeled it as Carl's crying, et cetera, et cetera. And PL's point was, you're charging me $1 million to walk in the door. Don't give me this lecture about back in the day, we didn't even have sound. Back in the day, I only paid $10. So if I'm only paying $10 to walk in the door, I don't give a shit what you put me on. But if I'm going to pay you a venue fee, an entry fee, yada, all that, that's like $1 million. I want this shit to work, because you're charging me all this money for the stream station, the sound setup, the this and that. It doesn't work. The monitors aren't working properly yet. And he was one of the first people to stand up for players' rights. Unfortunately, players bought into the sided with TOs. Yeah, we don't want to be seen as a complainer. Fighting game players have, unfortunately, done so much damage to their scene. They've given all the power to TOs, all the power to corporations, all the power to whatever. And the FGC player has literally no power right now. PL is one of the first people fighting the good fight on that realm. But they were just, the FGC, most people will never understand that it was built on in-person friendships, rivalries, before tournaments, intramural, then crew versus crew, then tournaments on a small scale. But we were limited by the technology of our time. To be a top player required consistent travel. For MK9, I basically lived on the road like a WWF wrestler. I almost never was at my apartment. I was staying in Chicago or New York or Texas or Florida. The only way I could get the experience I wanted to. So when someone said,
a lot of fun though.
It was, but eventually I just remember at the end of MKX, I was tired. I now had my second kid. I was just tired. I just never, I remember one time for Evo for Injustice 1. So I co-wrote the strategy guide for Injustice 1. I had my flight to Evo. Prima had me booked at San Diego Comic-Con for a Beat the Author, and you can win if you beat me one game at Injustice 1, you got to get a Prima would buy you an Xbox One when it comes out or a PS4 when it comes out. Beat me one game. I went all the way to Evo, but Prima didn't buy my flight from Vegas to San Diego. They bought my flight from New York. So I went from Vegas to New York. The next day from New York to San Diego. Then 2 days later from San Diego back to New York. I have never been so sick. I mean, I'm just awful. It was awful. However, only one person won a PS4, and I want to tell you that story. So at first, I thought, if some little kid wants to play or whatever, let him win. Who cares, right? Give him a PS4. And then Andy Rolari, who was one of the head guys at Prima, showed me an article. And of course, the internet trolling was like, my God, they're going to be giving away systems with this guy. So I was brutal. No mercy. Nobody won one. But then my good friend Repal Paraboo, good old Rip, I'm like, I'm gonna have Rip win one. Now, Rip probably thought he won, and there might have been some friendly teasing there. So, when myself and Rip were on at Prima doing the Killer Instinct guide, Rip, great to work with, one of the best people, one of my favorite commentary partners. It is unfortunate that they don't have Rip still commentating. I
Hmm.
mean, what do you think you're doing? You think you're making the scene better?
I'm shocked that Rip is not a commentator anymore.
I mean, like, come on, man. Rip, absolutely love Rip, but there was a little, little playful ribbing about that match. And as it turns out, 1 or 2 days before we were going to leave Prima, we put on good old Unjustice 1. How do I say this nicely? It was maybe the most brutal massacre in the history of Earth.
Who are you playing?
Aquaman.
Ah.
And I was like, oh, it feels so good to be just ripping him a little bit, ripping him a little bit. But Rip didn't take those games seriously. It was
Mm.
just all in fun. But it is so unfortunate that so unfortunate. Let me give you some more stories here from the old FGC as well. So we did Soul Calibur. Let me get more Soul Calibur. So Soul Calibur. There is a funny clip I wish somebody could find. I watched it. There was a video game awards hosted by David Spade during Soul Calibur 3. Do you remember this, Mike?
No, I don't.
In which they had Fets and somebody else there to do the Soul Calibur 3 demo when Soul Calibur 3 was going to win. And David Spade roasted the FGC to the floor
Yeah.
by saying, after the set was over, these fighting game nerds have no chance of ever getting laid. Dude, I'm like, my God, man.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah,
Let me try and
David
find it.
Spade absolutely eviscerated. Oh my gosh, man.
David Spade fighting games.
Yeah, dude, if you find it, he was the host.
It doesn't come up. What event was it for?
It was the Video Game Awards. It was during the Soul Calibur 3 was winning an award. I mean, 3.
Soul Calibur 3.
Yeah.
Maybe if I just put in Soul Calibur 3 wins award. Nothing comes up. Yeah, it's good. Nothing comes up on here.
Yeah, it was a brutal roasting. It was a brutal roasting. Let's see some more stories from the old days.
Found some more old matches.
Oh, old Mike Hollow.
14 years ago.
Gosh, there's some that aren't very PC that I can't tell just because I would get canceled for it today. But there are. I just want to give, some names of the Alex Valle was huge, Ducto, Choi, MIC, like in games like Tekken. You had Arturo, Eddie Lee. Oh, here's a good one. This would not fly today. I don't know why he called himself this. Some stories. So during Alex Valle, Shono, so there was a group on the East Coast called the SFE, called themselves the Springfield Elite. They went up to ECC, which is one of the earliest Tekken Tag 1 tournaments. This is the arcade. And you had Valle, and Shano was there. I think Will Bang got third. PCB from SFE got like fifth or something like that. But there was a crew in New York called the Tobias crew. Nothing to do with Mortal Kombat. And the top player there was called E-Wave. He played Ling and Jin. And this is one of the most earliest examples of like pre-match hype in Tekken that I can remember. On the forums, there was a lot of who's going to win. And people had different people at second, third, whatever, but almost everybody had E-Wave winning it. And he ended up being eliminated. I don't know if anyone remembers this name. ET3 Rusty, the Hwoarang player, in Tekken Tag 1, eliminates him. Valle wins. Shano gets second. But it was one of the earliest, like hype for the tournament. It was one of the earliest forums back then used to have tournament hype and aftermath threads where people, you couldn't experience it because we didn't have the technology. We couldn't broadcast it. So people would, it would be the good games, yada, 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 who won, etc. But there was also a live updates threads, and people would have to try. Now, keep in mind, people don't have cell phones like that. They couldn't update you on their cell phone. So people used to have to find ways to get access to the internet, to access the forums, to update. And we'd be sitting there during the day, refresh, just from like any updates for who's fighting who. This was one of the first tournaments I can remember where like the hype was massive, like Valle's coming over here, who's going to win, and we were getting updates throughout the day, so on and so forth. This is how FGC tournaments were when they started. Videos recorded on VCR, spliced into large, obnoxious file. Let me see if I can bring you some Tekken 4 footage as well. I think Tran vs. Jin Kid was here.
Did you ever hear of a forum called Neo Empire?
I did.
Yeah, that's the one that we use predominantly in the UK. We had Tekken Zaibatsu as well, but it was predominantly Neo Empire. It was a good times. People were saying crazy shit on that website.
Here's one of the Tekken 4 matches.
God, everyone just played Jin.
Jin. Then I got tired of Jin, so then I went to Steve for a while. You got the music. Rewind it. They got to hear the music. Tekken 4 looks like crap without the music. Crank it up. This is. Oh, the sound is terrible. They can't really hear the arena. It was very fast though. It was just all jabs though.
It was a very fast game. But there's so much more interaction in this game than Tekken 8. And the combos don't take 10 years.
Yeah, it's a very fast game. Wall shove was so.
Could you break that? I can't remember if you could.
The 5-frame window.
Oh. You still remember?
Of course I remember.
Tekken 4's got the best aesthetic and atmosphere of all of them.
said there's more engagement than Tekken 8?
Well, hell, a billion times more.
As far as the back and forth.
Yeah, they're actually having a back and forth here. It almost looks like TAS.
Yeah, that's Tekken 4.
No, the walls were broken in this game, though.
Yeah. There's Tekken 4. There is Tekken 4.
It was a super cool game, man. It's a shame that.
I wonder if there's any. Let me see. I mean, there's
Oh shit.
footage of me from so many games.
Did you have any sort of presence in Virtua Fighter?
Virtua Fighter 3 and Virtua Fighter 3 TB, yes.
Are there any videos of you on the internet playing?
No.
Because Virtua Fighter is the only one that I rarely hear you speaking about.
No. No. That's when I met the New York people, Kanjo Akira. I don't know if people know who Kanjo is anymore. I don't know if he still plays. I don't know if Kanjo still plays.
No, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he's a New York player. And they really butchered the some of the DOA footage. There's some DOA footage too, but I got some. Let me see.
Do you have any match footage from you playing Guilty Gear?
Do I have any what?
Any Guilty Gear presence?
No, never played Guilty Gear.
What about Bloody Roar?
Yes, so Bloody Roar. I played Bloody Roar when I was when it was first out, called Beast. So James MK actually had a Bloody Roar machine at East Brunswick Square Mall. It was the actual Japanese arcade, the sit-down cabinet. He got it. It was called Beasterizer in the arcade. So we played it as Beasterizer. Bloody Roar, I played 1, 2, and 3. Bloody Roar 3, I believe, is my favorite one. I don't think I played 4. No. I played Samurais. So I was an Amakusa player in Samurai 4. Any character is going to be lame. That was me. And I'll never forget it. I went to a tournament at where it was in North Carolina. I did not expect to find elite level competition in North Carolina. God, there was a guy, forgot his name, but he played Basara. And Basara was a very tough match for Amakusa, unless I time him out. And this guy was so lame, he was just as patient. Man, if I ever wanted to punch someone in my life, it's that guy.
Did he outlane you?
He did.
Damn.
He did.
Tom got outlaid.
I couldn't tell anyone I went home and lost. Someone in North Carolina.
North Carolina at that time, was it just not on the map at all?
No, and Basara was really tough, and he was actually pretty good.
Well, I know that you've almost. We usually have you for 3 hours on here, but I wanted to ask you, did you have more stories that you wanted to tell?
I got a few. So Soul Calibur 2, we covered one of that. Tekken, we got some of that. Street Fighter.
I was gonna ask you, Street Fighter EX. Do you have anything from the EX days?
God, that game was terrible. No.
But it was super fun.
So Street Fighter is kind of, what's so funny is most people believe that was Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat were the two biggest games of the arcade era by a mile. Nothing else comes close. Street Fighter, ironically, Super Street Fighter 2 did very, very badly. Which is why they released Super Street Fighter 2. But Street Fighter was not this lightning bolt of power that people thought it was. Alpha certainly was, but the Street Fighter 2 series was not. Champion Edition, yes. Street Fighter 2 Arcade, aka Race to Guile, yes. But this Super Turbo was not what we would think it was in the arcade era. Street Fighter 3, Second Impact, Third Strike, not what we thought. It was not whatever in the arcade era. Look at it during Eve. I mean, Marvel had 1 million people. Street Fighter had X amount of people. It was not like Marvel, not even close. But Alpha. So here's the story. Alpha. In Alpha 2, the custom combo. This is what I mean. We used to call it sandbagging. So a lot of times, top players would realize something about a game, and they would hold back stories. I mean, they would hold back tactics, even in the tournament, until they got to that guy, and they knew that they would need that tactic to win. So a great example is Alex Valle against John Choi in Alpha 2. People didn't realize this yet, but Valle had realized that if you activate custom combo and they are standing, they could not block the low, and the whole thing would be guaranteed. So, and here's boss right here. Boss. Yep. So Valle was pulling this out, and this is the first time we realized it. But Valle sandbagged this, not just in the casuals, but Valle also sandbagged this to most of the tournament. And
kept it to himself.
The Valle CC, exactly right. Yep. That's what it's known as. And there are just so many greats and legends who really paved the way for many people today. I don't want to go too far into the 2000s, but they're just, let me give you another story real quick. It's a more modern one. Killer Instinct. So I was one of the guide writers for Killer Instinct, and I've always prided myself on being a great tester, but Double Helix didn't want me as a tester. I'm a guide writer. So when I was doing Saberwolf, I remember Rip had way more experience playing the game because he was in SoCal. He got to play it at Double Helix, etc. He was beating me a lot with Sadira. But I remember I was actually look up Killer Instinct Triple Ultra. Let me see. I actually recorded this because I could have done 1 million hits, but Primo was like, "Hey, can you just record a really big ultra for like a preview?"
You say it's called Triple Ultra.
Hold on. It's on Prima's channel.
This is one of the only fighting games that I've never played.
I don't think we can. This is before the game was even out, and I realized you could do a bazillion hits with the Orchid's the Ultra Ender. But Prima had asked me just to record something, not giving everything away, but just something that
No, this game looks crazy.
Prima Games.
Could not play this.
Okay, this is me. This is me at Prima at maybe 5 a.m. I just been working on the guide for so long that I'm like, oh, I forgot to record a preview video. This is 12 years ago. Give me some sound too, Mike. Of course, I picked the stage because I like the music on it. This is actually me recording this. So no one, they had not let it out about how Ultra we're gonna be yet. As far as like, whatever. So I wanted. I feel like it gets lost when you see like 500 hits, right? It gets lost, right? So I wanted to give him something that looks cool.
How hard is this to do?
Not hard.
I think I'd crash out if someone did this to me.
Yeah, I did that at very, very early in the morning because I was up all night doing the guide. And so a funny story is when I was doing Saberwolf, he had this move back in heavy. And it was 6 frames, but gave heavy advantage. But it was 6 frames, so if people are using faster attacks, I'm going to lose out. But I realized the advantage was +3, so I realized once I got you to block it, if I did it again, it became 3 frames, which is the speed of the fastest move, right?
Mm.
So if you tried to do a light, I would still crush it, right? Because I'm +3, I'm doing a heavy. I'm +3, we hit at the same frame, but because I'm doing a heavy, I'm going to out-prioritize the light, right? So I started slapping Rip with this move. We played a lot, so I was just slap, 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 and then he would backdash it. And then I would slap, and then he would block it, and I would delay it, and he would backdash, and then I would, you know what I mean? And you could charge it to be unblockable. And I would notice when I would hit him with it, a clean slap, no delay, that I would want to link in my light, medium, and go into a combo. But sometimes when I would hit it unexpectedly, I wasn't always perfect at hit confirming it. So then one day, I slapped him, activated Instinct, which slows down time, and then I could easily light, medium, opener. And then he couldn't break it. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, I can't break it. So as long as you didn't do a super, I could literally slap, activate, and just do a billion rapid doubles. He would never be able to break it. And then ender, 62% unbreakable.
Mm-hmm.
And then I discovered that every character in the game, if you do a normal touch into Instinct, your combo is unbreakable, universally. Now, when I wanted to test for this, Double Helix had all kind of testers out there. Everyone you can think of. And none of them they thought they had gotten all the no unbreakable damage. But your boy over here, who was good at KI 1 and 2, realized they always say that there's always something that slips beneath the cracks. And the problem is a lot of times developers don't use certain things in certain situations because it's not used for that. Saberwolf just happened to be a damage and chip boost. So I would use it. I want to slow down time and I get a damage boost. I would use it there. But you wouldn't use Jago. You wouldn't do like crouching light instinct with Jago, right? There's no reason to. So we found an accidental use for it that works. And it gave universal unbreakable combos and lowered and made Sadira more on par with everyone. Because now they could all do it. It wasn't just Sadira doing unbreakable or a one chance break 80%. But also a little ribbing. Rip was talking about NetherRealm testers. When I found that, I was like, well, good thing some NetherRealm tester was here to do what you guys can't do. But they banned me. Double Helix banned me from doing it. That was the only thing I could use to fight, like when I was fighting Rip Sadira. And they banned me from our opening stream on launch night, they banned me from doing it. I was banned. And I'm like, wait a minute. It's in the game. I should be able, this is a living guide strategy. I should be able to put it in the guide because it's in the launch version of the game. Right? And it's a living guide, so you can remove it when they patch it. People should be doing this stuff. Nope, I was banned. I was banned from using it, and I was also banned from using it in tournament. So I couldn't use it.
Not fair, surely.
Now, I don't work for Double Helix. I'm a guide writer. My job, I was like, if you wanted me to test, you should have paid me to be a tester.
Mm-hmm.
But are people on the side of me? No, fuck that guy, Tom. I also discovered, I was like, what else can I discover using instinct mode? I also discovered that this also made it into launch, patched out after like a month, if you did an overhead into instinct mode. If you did overhead into instinct and they blocked it, with time frozen, the low was unblockable. So let's say they're in flashing red. If you do an overhead, it is a guaranteed loss. The match is over, meaning if they block it, activate manual starter, ultra, over. If they get hit by it, instinct, manual starter, ultra. It's over. You couldn't even block if they had instinct and you were in flashing red. I was also banned from doing that. And then there was something else that I was doing in the beta version where you could use multiple shadows.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, there's something I had in which I could use shadow counters and shadows, whatever, to counter shadow moves a little better. They took it out though, before the game launched.
These people sound like a ton of fun.
And then Prima removed me from the project.
Damn. So I guess you're not on good terms with them now?
No, when MKX came out and they thought they could get the rights, they called me again because I was a tester and they're like, we need a guide writer tomorrow, but they couldn't get the rights. Another realm was like, we don't want to do guides anymore. I don't have any KOF stories. I was not too big into that game. Do
you ever play any anime games?
No. I don't believe in it.
You don't believe in them?
No.
What does that mean?
Don't like them. They're too set play heavy, too...
What's your opinion on Tokon?
I don't really have an opinion, man. I would never play any of those games.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm not an anything that even resembles an anime game. I don't want to play. I don't want to play it. But there were so many players of that era, not just like your Korean players, where you had like Suck, you had who only came over once. We never heard of him again. But Jang Ik-soo, Jang Soo-won, Park Young, players over here of the Great Slips, JOP, Tom Hilfiger, Joe King. There's just too many to list. Bronson Tran, everyone knows Insanely. He was around for a while. But guys that kind of fizzled out, with that game. Unconquerable was great in tag. Sips was great in so many of them. And then Mick, RTD, Dan the Knight, so many Eris, so many like really good Soul Calibur players.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a story. Thuggish Pond. When I played Thuggish Pond, you know who Thuggish is, right, Mike? You know who he is?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, so Thuggish Pond was considered to be one of the top, if not the top, Soul Calibur 3 player. When I played him in 4, I beat him at that tournament we showed footage of. So I'm going to play a guy named Thuggish Pond from Chicago. And for short, everybody called him Thuggish. So I'm playing a guy named Thuggish. Now here's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting him to have like a do-rag, maybe like a Flava Flav medallion, whatever, clock, and whatever, right? This dude shows up. His name is Thuggish. He shows up. He's this white dude, short, neat hair, wearing a cardigan and some loafers. I'm like, your name is Thuggish. What is that? I thought, what is this? I thought this dude would be wearing Jordans, maybe a hoodie. The dude shows up wearing a cardigan and loafers.
Why did you ask him why he called himself Thuggish Pond?
Yeah, I don't remember why.
It must have been a bait and switch. Get you all rattled beforehand.
Yeah, here's some more stories. Another reason why people didn't talk much smack to me back in the day is even if I didn't play your game, I would make sure you never placed again. Meaning there was a player at that time. He was a maxi player on the East Coast. I don't even remember his name. Wow. I forgot his name now, but he was pretty good on the East Coast. I didn't really take up Soul Calibur 3. It'll come to me shortly. But he was a maxi player in 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was at a tournament for something, and the guy was, I didn't know Soul Calibur, so, against a novice, you're going to get lost in maxis, you know what I mean, until you actually know the game. And I'm like, this guy's not even that good. I just only play the game. And they're like, whatever. So I'm like, okay. So what happened was there was a tournament called ECC, and I flew Mick and RTD up here. And they both beat him. And I told him, I said, you will never play this game again. I said, even if I hear you're playing at a tournament at your house with your mother and father in it, I will fly Mick here just to make sure you lose.
Why were you so vindictive?
That's what I told him. I did play him in 4 and mop. I forgot his name. MT Fighter. That was his name. MT Fighter. He was a maxi player on the. I don't know if my match against him was online.
MT Fighter.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. Soul Calibur 3.
And yeah, I don't know if you'll ever. I don't know that you'll find anything on him.
It's 3, not 4, yeah.
He played both, but I don't. No, I'm not seeing anything.
No, I don't see anything on here for him.
Hold on, MT Fighter.
Oh, Fighter. I thought you said Fighter.
Soul Calibur 4.
Yeah, I got a match of him on here.
Soul Calibur 3.
I found one.
Did you? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
So
know.
this is the GU Invitational Exhibition, 1st to 5. Rigel versus MT Fighter.
Yeah. Yeah, many, but most younger people will never understand, what it was like in the arcade era and how things were now. We just didn't have the technology, It just is what it is. It doesn't mean that. Now, I'm not talking a player who was just good for like a year. The players that were good for 10 or 20 years, you know what I mean? They could compete in any era. It's just, I want you guys to think about something. We've lost a lot of brothers in the FGC. And there's no way to honor them.
Yeah.
There's no real FGC Hall of Fame. There's the Evo Hall of Fame, which is more political than accurate. Mick, Wing Zero, so many players that we've lost. Slips. I just heard from M2 Dave that a 3D player in Mortal Kombat, Mo81, I remember him. He just found out that he also passed away.
Oh. No,
What I want you guys to realize is, on your last day, do you really want to say I spent my whole life playing fighting games? It doesn't seem so important anymore. So when people get in their 40s and 50s and they hang it up, it's not because they can't cut it. It's because you're here for a whisper. A whisper. Everyone thinks they have more time until they don't. So if you're going to play and you're going to be young and you're going to dominate and you're going to compete, if you're top, you're going to be top. If you're a guy who was top for 10 or 20 years and hung it up, I mean, good for you. You had a great run, and now it's time for the younger players.
Mm-hmm.
OGs have a problem stepping aside for younger players because younger players have problems believing that any OGs were actually good outside of a handful that it's just kind of taboo to talk about. You know what I mean? Talk negatively about. The FGC, I don't know if you guys know this, it's dying. I mean, the economy, I think, is doing significant damage to it. You know, people just don't have the money to spend 2 or 3. I mean, you can't have a thriving FGC when the main tournament of the year costs more than a month's rent.
Yeah, Evo prices have gone ridiculous.
You can't have it. Like, people can't go to these other tournaments when they need $2,000 to $4,000 to go to Evo.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the FGC is not the richest community, right? So I think it's safe to say that we really need each other. If the FGC is ever going to work, its history has got to be recorded somewhere. And a lot of these OG players have got to be more involved as respected figureheads. These OGs should be the one behind the desk commentating, talking about the games, because they can give you insights and relate to players. OGs lived in a different world where we didn't live behind monitors. We existed in the real world. OGs are some of the most entertaining people out there. But but these things lock them up. Why aren't they behind the desk? Why aren't they talking about the game? Why aren't they more involved in commentary? Who knows? But
Tom,
younger players.
This should fall on your shoulders. You have all the knowledge you have stories that people will never gonna remember.
But I am excommunicated.
But you could still write a book and document everybody's history. You're the guy for it. You've got all the knowledge.
I don't know if I want to write a book.
Yes, there's some way that you could document it because you know more than most people and you remember more than most people.
I would have to document it by game, Street Fighter, or whatever. You know what I mean? Because because it doesn't start out being blended together, right? A lot of OGs are. Yeah, I mean, we're just look at me, Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. You know what Mortal Kombat really is right now? A nice, well-spoken, well-educated. He can put on a suit, part his hair, please the sponsors. Someone who's entertaining, who can commentate well, who can break things down to the casual audience, as well as the pro player. There's only one person that fits that description, and he's banned for life.
I mean, maybe if you document the history of everything, they might unban you. Who knows?
They'll never unban me.
Even if they don't, I still think because you know everything. Like you remember so much stuff, even down to notations of games that no one's ever played. So you could document things through the years.
I mean, I could Bloody Roar, like the early Bloody Roar scene, the early DOA scenes, the early Tekken. Tekken 3 really changed a lot. 3D games, VF2 was a big deal. VF1 was, people played it, but, everything was kind of, still being figured out. Just, and it's clunky, you know what I mean? A lot of those old games are clunky. VF2 really caught on. But Tekken 1, Tekken 2, people played it, but Tekken 3 was a game changer. Tekken 3 is what turned Tekken from another 3D game into Tekken. It established how Tekken is played. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Everything was different. Movement was better. And it set the foundation for what more modern Tekken would build on. we didn't get to see. Did you ever see that recording of Ryan Hart and when they brought other people from other countries? Did you ever see that?
Um,
Let me see if I can find it. Uh,
I found this old VF footage from the Maximum Battle. Do you remember this?
yes, Maximum Battle. Let's see. Tekken 3. Mm,
They're asking why you banned.
what's more soft band? They'll never use me again. I'm just not allowed to do it. You know, like
I think you should write the book. I think you should write the
mm,
book, or you should document this in some way.
Tekken 3. I'm trying to find it now. I can't find it. There was like a thing where many players from many countries competed,
Hmm.
and it was Ryan Hart and a few others. I know FDX reacted to it, but I don't want the FDX reaction video. I want the actual footage.
I really hope VF6 has stages like this. This is so cool. Are you at all interested in Virtua Fighter 6?
No, I'm pretty much done.
But just as like to play it for fun, would you ever play it?
Um, no,
Damn.
the FGC is what did they say in that movie? With Jim Carrey, Liar Liar. The FGC has taken my bird and my bush. I have no bird. I have no bush.
You gotta take it
Um,
back by force.
no way. Um, so you can look at some of if you start when the matches start.
Mhm.
There is a video. I know FDX covered it. That's the only reason why I know where to find it. I don't have the original link to the video, but you can watch the matches. So here is. So if you start with this video and you just go to the first timestamp, tournament start, you will see a very young Ryan Hart.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. This is Tekken 3. This was one of the first times international competition ever happened in Tekken, and most people had no idea this was happening. This was about as Primal Rage 2. Oh yes, I have another story. Yes. Um, so first, if we get to Primal Rage 2, here we have this footage here coming up. This is a Tekken 3 like exhibition, and you have top players from multiple countries, and there's young Ryan Hart.
Oh my days.
Look at him, young Ryan. And here's Tekken 3.
This was such a popular stage.
Yeah,
This was the stage in the demo, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, he had the Mike Tyson cut.
Yeah. Yep. This is probably the very beginning of modern competitive Tekken right here.
Hmm. It's actually so sick to see how far it's come.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, how far it's dropped off.
So Primal Rage. I got a video for you, Mike, also. And then I'll tell the story. Um,
And the way that stage is moving at the back is throwing me off. Primal Rage is WB property now, really? Oh,
Is
I
it?
had no idea.
So I have a very good story for you. This is a legendary FGC story, which I told on my YouTube page. I think it's still there, but nobody cared. This is why I don't. I say I wouldn't write a book.
I think if you write a book and you let us know, everyone's gonna snatch that up real quick. Are they doing this on a beach? Or there's like a makeshift beach.
Maybe. Let me see.
Tiger vs. Law. LOL. Bring back Bloody
Okay,
Raw. That's
here's
not
a
coming back.
video. Here's a video, and I've got a story. Here it is. So before you play this video, just bring it up and pause it. Bring it to the time mark. Let me tell you what the timestamp is.
Hmm.
Bring it to.
Oh, yeah, I forgot Paramount owns Mortal Kombat now. Oh, after what happened with Avatar,
Okay,
I'm not excited.
bring it to 9 minutes and 40 seconds. So here is some lore.
You didn't send me anything.
Oh, it didn't go through?
No.
Huh.
Discord's been doing that for the past couple of days. You can send it on private chat in here on StreamYards.
It's not sending it. Huh. Interesting. Private chat?
Yeah, private chat on the side here. If you put it in there, then pause, and I can take it. Pause.
Okay. Wait, where's private chat?
You should be able to see it on the right-hand side next to the chat.
I see join the chat. A private chat. 2 people. Okay.
I said pause, guys. Fucking hell.
Okay, here we go. This is go to 9 minutes 40 seconds. And before you play it, let me just set the background here. So, in 2000 ish, I was buying a lot of arcade cabinets on eBay. I got a random message for someone claimed to work for Atari. Told me I have the alpha of Primal Rage 2, and I'm willing to sell it. I had great feedback, and I don't know why he contacted me. He wanted like $2,500, which in 2000 is a lot of money, because not even a cabinet, just the board, no guarantees. So I plunged. I bought it. When I got it, we hooked it up to a cabinet. It worked. I asked the guy. I said, "Hey, is there like an instruction, whatever?" He goes, "Never contact me again. Never tell anyone you have this. You want to sit on this for a long time." I was like, "Oh shit, okay." So I sat on it for like 14 years, and no one knew I had it. And all this time, I never knew there was a worldwide search going for where is the other board, because there's only 2 of those boards in the world. One the creator had, the other I had, and no one could tell where the board was. No one knew, because from what we figure, somebody from Atari stole it and sold it to me, and I never, whatever, on eBay to get some quick money. No one could find the missing board. Meanwhile, for 13, 14 years, I'm sitting on it. Well, during MK9, I would go to GGA, and GGA was always good to me. I never paid for anything. No food, no drink, nothing. And I saw GGA, and I said, I want this game to be somewhere. If I sell it to a collector, it'll just be buried, right? I want it to go somewhere where everyone can enjoy it. So I told Doc Mack, I said, Doc, I've got Primal Rage 2. And he didn't believe me. And he offered to buy it for me at first, but I didn't want to sell it. And then finally, during Injustice 1, I said, you know what? I'm ready to sell it to him. I want it to be here. And I sold it to him for a good price because I wanted it to be where everyone could play it. Go ahead and play the video.
Wait, how much did you sell it for?
I don't want to disclose that price.
Was it more than what you bought it?
A little, maybe like same price. I think 2,500.
Okay, no, that's a lie.
It was a good price, a very good price.
Tell me about Primal Rage 2.
Primal Rage 2. This was there's currently 3 known working boards in the world. We've kind of based, there's a guy in California that has the original cabinet that we based the cabinet artwork off of. Chris Tang, who is one of the developers on the game, we had him out just again recently. He had worked on the
Was
game.
this developed in Chicago or California?
It was, I believe, developed in California.
Okay. And so you found the board?
Yeah, actually, due to our Mortal Kombat scene that we had here, one of the players, Tom Brady, told us that he had the board. And honestly, I thought didn't know what he was talking about because who's sitting on a Primal Rage 2 board? And he loved this community so much. He was like, if I ever sell it, you guys get to have it. I'll sell it.
The evil Tom Brady loved the Mortal Kombat community so much. Go ahead, play it again. Keep going.
Why is this video buried on YouTube? Why have you covered this before?
Yeah, nobody cared.
He's super cheap, and he's like, I just want it to be out there for people to enjoy. And when he finally, like 2 months later, he's like, I'm ready to sell it. You guys can have this.
So what happened with this game? It looks finished. I mean, is it not finished or?
It's pretty close to being done. It's not 100% being done. There was a lot of character balancing that they still needed to do.
Okay.
The average player would say it's finished. Game testing and game balancing wise, Chris Tang says that he was only about 70% done with it.
I see.
Definitely a lot of fun. You can play all the way through it. It has a boss character. It has endings and everything, finishing moves. And it's definitely a lot of fun. Everybody kind of said that it was not a great game. And it ended up turning out a fantastic game. Like
And you're a big fighting guy, right? I mean,
yeah. Love fighting.
What's your favorite game? Is it Mortal Kombat?
MK, fighting game wise, I would have to say
there we
MK
go. That was it.
Is definitely.
Which one?
Primal Rage 2. And at this point, Primal Rage 2 wasn't even emulated because nobody could get their hands on a board to emulate it. And lo and behold,
That's crazy. And you gave it to them for a decent price as well after 14 years.
Yeah. Because I wanted, and it was so cool because they streamed. People were flying in from all over to play it. And it was really cool to see people enjoy it. It was really, really cool.
That is really, really cool. That's some lost lore that people don't know about. I'm gonna have to turn that into a short and amplify that shit. People need to know that you did that.
Yeah, that was me, and when I talk about how ingrained I am in FGC lore, most people just think I'm full of shit. They have no idea how many games I competed in, played in. And I think most of that comes from the Mortal Kombat community who tried to spread the rumor that I was a fake, a phony, I think a lot of that, I guess, is trolling, and I certainly didn't help it in MKX when I was kind of going off on stream, because I guess it kind of made them look like they were telling the truth. The reality is, man, it's very rare do you see a narrative repeated so much that it becomes reality. It's rare, but and it's same for PL. You know what I mean? So, they make PL into, So, I think what fighting games is missing now are the personalities, the entertainers.
Mm-hmm.
A game, if fighting games, and that's why the OG era is romanticized so much. We don't remember. We're thinking about how those games made us feel. But we were meeting real friends, that person-to-person interaction, and how much fun we had competing with the players. Like an MK9, Rio, PL, 16-bit, Dizzy, M2 Dave, Kerbo, Tyrant, DJT. We were a family. And it was competing against those guys was super fun. I remember the experiences and the fun that I had playing that game. But I think we romanticize the old days because the players were just more entertaining. The Mortal Kombat, I don't want to call any names, but most Mortal Kombat players have the personality of this wall. You know, nobody shows up just to watch the game. If people showed up just to watch the game and not for the players, not for the entertainment, then a local tournament would have a gabillion people watching. But we watch based on who's there for entertainment. The FGC, to quote the great Harry Sonneborn, talking to Ray Kroc, they don't know what business they're in. They're not in the fighting game business. They're in the entertainment business. But the FGC, and this is the problem, the developers, they're in the gaming business. But everyone around the product in the FGC are in the entertainment business. So we're in two different businesses. The problem is the FGC doesn't know how to get the entertainment business off the ground. And the truth is, that's why the OG era is romanticized, because you just had so many more entertaining figures. People can say all they want. It's about the game. It's about who's playing the game.
Yeah, that's true.
We know many people who are super elite players, right? Nobody watches them stream. There were a lot of people, for example, that were classic Mortal Kombat players, right? They play every day on YouTube to this day. But when Legacy Collection came out, where did everyone go? My stream. 400 or 500 people every day. Why? Entertaining. They got to learn and be entertained. And this is not for me trying to say I'm X, Y, or Z. What it's saying is there are many people that are entertaining in the FGC. Most of them are from another era. And we don't seem to realize, keep the entertaining figures around, let the modern players play, let the entertaining figures entertain in some capacity. It's about the game and the this and the that. Nobody cares. People want to be entertained. And that is where the FGC is failing right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. Like I'm doing a stream on Sunday, and as soon as I said that I'm gonna have pork chop on the stream, there was immediately like a ton more interest because he's very entertaining.
Pork chop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pork chop is very entertaining.
Probably the most entertaining Tekken player.
Pork chop.
Yeah. He's gonna fight Shinblade, which should be quite funny.
Pork
you're
chop
right.
Shinblade.
Yeah, pork chop is fighting Shinblade on Tekken.
That'd be great. Pork chop, man, nothing like going to Atlanta in the old final round days. You know, when I used to travel, I used to love booze more than cheers. I would always say, because when you're traveling, you're in hostile territory, right? If they didn't see you as a threat, they would just laugh at you or not do anything. They boo you because, and the way I used to deal with haters, and it was tougher for me when I could no longer compete, because I could just when I had just had too much going on in real life, and my days of being top were gone. Then it was harder for me to deal with because I could never give them their comeuppance, right? Shut them up once and for all, right? Which there is no once and for all. There's always going to be a new game. There's always going to be new haters. There's no way around it. So I dealt with it very poorly. But there were just so many things I remember I used to always say, like, remember Captain Jack Sparrow, right? Johnny Depp?
Mhm.
You're the worst part I've ever heard of, but you have heard of me. So I used to, I was very big on entertaining. It's just in my personality, But I was also a very big competitor. I remember I used to always, whenever I would fly somewhere, as the plane was landing, I would always play For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica. That was my, I'm not here for any friends. As soon as they would announce, we're going to start landing, yada, 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 the headphones go on. That's what I'm playing. And just to kind of get me in that mood. Because I legitimately wanted to crush everybody that was there. And most people today, they'll never see that. They'll never know. They'll never see me as I think what got me bitter is that when I started to go off on stream and go all erratic and all crazy on people, was that all these years, people had to see me play. They had the last good years I had. MK9 and Justice 1 and MKX. And it was who cares, And then when I was done, and I would never be seen again, oh man, Tom, you should come back. We all miss watching you play. What? Are you high? So I was very bitter about that because my time was done and nobody would ever see me. It's tough because...
But it's not that different from the WWE, right? Someone's there and they cheer them, and then they boo them, and then they go away, and everyone wants them to come back.
But it's tough for me because the way the modern audience sees me is not how I see myself. And I think the problem with OGs is we will never see ourselves any differently than how we were in our prime. For me, even though the modern players don't have those memories, I do. I was a bad motherfucker. And it's tough for me to be oh, let me just say I was garbage and trash and not good at anything. You can give the modern day player credit and put him on a pedestal without putting yourself in the gutter.
Yeah.
And it was tough for me, and I think a lot of OGs, because a lot of young players put the OG in the gutter, and the OGs are hey, I cannot forget who I was.
But why do you have to put yourself down to make themselves feel better?
I mean, it's just how the FGC is, The same way.
Fuck themselves.
The same way, playing basketball. The same way when I was young, I was a very explosive jumper. I think I was dunking by 16, and I remember when I'd be young, always be some old guys on the court talking about it. And I'm whatever, just check the ball, old man, And I remember in my 40s, maybe at that time I could just tap the rim. Still shoot very, very well, though. But I'm saying something, and this kid's just check the ball. And I'm isn't this some shit to be on this end,
Yeah.
Or when I'm at my gym now, and I'm running around the indoor track, and it's around the basketball court. And I'm watching the 13 and the 14-year-old kids see who can touch the rim, right? How, you know what I mean? Just remembering me at that time, I don't know that we ever see ourselves in the old washed up form. I think when we're all 80 and 90, we'll never see ourselves as 80 and 90. Mm-hmm. We will always, in our back of our mind, remember us at 20, at 30, at 40, You
remember the best version of yourself.
We still remember that, right? So the FGC does is tell you, go away, no use for you, etc. The reality is there's so much more history. The 2000s are, man, riddled with history. I can't wait to do the 2000s. And so many stories, Tekken 5, Tekken 6, Soul Calibur, 3, 4, Mortal Kombat, obviously the 3D era onto 9, Street Fighter, early Street Fighter days.
We can do that. We can go for, I guess, 2000 to 2010 on the next one.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just the FGC just really needs each other, and there's just too much, you know, too much battling. You know, you have the most elite of the elite players instead of being in a fraternity where it's like now it's your time. Instead, we tear each other down. The FGC is a culture of tearing down.
Yeah,
So
yeah. No, I've seen it plenty of times. I still think though, Tom, that even though people have tried to tear you down, you have all that knowledge. I think you should consider one day documenting it. Maybe not in a book, but something to document it. At least to honor the players that are dead, and yeah, you can talk about them a little bit.
I might tell some stories of the players.
Yeah, not even you don't even have to write a book. You can just honor the people that are no longer here.
Yeah, maybe I'll think about it.
We've been trying to get him to do it for a year now.
I'll think about it.
All right, that's better.
As
than
always,
last
thanks for
time.
having me on, Mike.
I appreciate.
We got to
being
do another
there, bro.
wrestling. We got to do another wrestling podcast. We have to.
We should do the most overrated
Oh,
and underrated wrestlers
have you
of all
seen
time.
Spider-Man? By the way, have you seen it? What'd you think of it?
Yeah, so I really enjoyed it. I
I
really
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much.
I've seen some people saying that it's a shit film, but I was like, I mean, I didn't really like Jean Grey in it too much. I think she crossed a couple lines, but other than that, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good film. Loads of comic book references in there, loads of practical effects from what I could see, or practical stunts, and the Hulk was restored, as far as I could tell.
I don't know if he's restored. I mean,
Much better than what we got before. He was like twice as big, twice as hench, and twice as angry in this film.
yeah. I don't.
I'll take it. I'll take it over the Hulk we've had for the last 10 years.
Do you think they're going to actually try to push out the Superman, Man of Tomorrow, after Supergirl's disaster?
If they do, they need to change things up. I didn't even watch Supergirl, and I was like, I saw bits and pieces, and I was like, I don't want to
Yeah, I
watch
saw
this.
it. It was terrible. And
My friend
James-
told me the screen in it looks awful.
yeah, terrible.
I don't know why he did that. I want them. I went back and watched Superman again. Well, I watched part of it. I was sitting here working and watching some of it, and it's just nowhere near Man of Steel. It's not even close. Man of Steel, Henry Cavill is way better.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like Superman at all. I did not. I mean, again, there's so much that was like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
You
the
sent
ending
him
was
here
blasphemy.
to start a harem. You're Lex Luthor using Ultraman, which isn't actually Ultraman, but is Ultraman in the movie, is beating you by shouting instructions to a camera.
Yeah,
It makes Superman seem like a mindless brawler, and he that's not what he was.
I think that he was trying to recapture the Guardians of the Galaxy success, and it just didn't translate.
Think of all the conversations in the comics at an intellectual high level between Superman and Lex Luthor, right? Superman was every much as Luthor's mental match, you know what I mean? But they make him seem like a mindless brawler, you know,
They
like
made
an idiot.
him seem stupid. Yeah.
He can't speak in Supergirl. He couldn't speak Kryptonian. He doesn't know Kryptonian, Mike.
I'm not watching Supergirl. I'm skipping over that.
He
I'm not
lands
wasting
on
my time.
Earth and is speaking Kryptonian, and he goes, "Oh, I don't speak that." He doesn't speak Kryptonian. Come on.
It's not my Superman.
It's stupid.
Yeah, I think that film was more to like get. I feel like they were trying to lean into memes, and I think they got that audience with the 1A stuff. But the actual film is not very good.
No.
It's just really stupid. There's a lot of dumb stuff in it. When I watched it the first time, I was like, oh, I'm kind of a Superman fanboy. I'll allow a lot of stuff. And then I watched Man of Steel again, and I was like, Man of Steel's not a perfect film, but it's so much better than this Superman film.
Yeah.
Even the score, like everything in Man of Steel is epic. When Superman first takes flight, it's pretty epic. When Zod tears off his armor and they get into a fight, it's epic. But this Superman film was like, it was all jokey, and I was like, oh, it's kind of funny.
Didn't like it at all. So
yeah.
Thanks for having me on though, Mike. I maybe I might do some like audiobooks.
Yeah, I think you should do something. You've got too much information on the FGC to not put it to use.
Primal Rage, Earl. There's so much like if I would really, if I didn't just do a rough overview of the 90s and maybe 2000, it's too much. Killer Instinct. I would want to, if I did it, I would break it down by game. Killer Instinct, Mortal Kombat, the Marvel series, Street Fighter, EX, Street Fighter 2, etc. And I would break it down and tell like a lot of the arcade stories, things like that. So,
Yeah,
uh,
I will help you. I will help you get out there if you do it.
I mean, it's not, that I might do. So
I asked him about Tokon earlier, Sneaky Wolf. He has no interest.
I have no interest in Marvel Tokon. I don't. I know people are calling it like the fighting game of the generation. But whatever happened to the Invincible Versus? What happened to that game?
Oh, it's dead. As far as I'm
Whatever
aware.
whatever happened to the League of Legends fighting game?
Oh, 2X got a big community.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's actually, I was shocked to see how well it's
So they
doing.
rebounded. Good, good, good. They
Yeah,
rebounded.
it's League of Legends. I figured they'd maintain something.
But Invincible Versus is dead already. Didn't it just come out?
I got it. I played it for 2 hours, no, 3 hours, and I was like, no, never
Not
again.
it.
No, it's not even that. It's
They
a
were
terrible
marketing
game.
it. It's
It's
so
just
hard.
the marketing was great. It's just the game for me anyway. I'm not really into 2D tag fighting games or team games, and
Tag Jim.
I like Tokon. Tokon's actually really really cool, but the only fighting game that I'm truly looking forward to is Virtua Fighter.
Virtua Fighter. Yeah. Maybe I'll play it. I don't know. Why does Tekken not release all the Tekkens online?
Because if they release all the Tekkens online, Tekken 8 is going to lose half its player base.
I would play Tekken 6 and Tekken 4 all day.
I love Tekken 6. It's my second favorite. I would play that with you. Tekken Tag 2
Oh
is my
man,
favorite.
I would love it. I would love it.
Did you like Tag 2?
I did like Tag 2.
Yeah, Tag 2 and Tekken 6 are my favorite ones. So I would play
Yeah.
those.
Man, if they it's so isn't that so dumb that they don't want to put the older games on with rollback because they're afraid their newer game is inferior and they don't want to lose money.
It's the
People they'd be making money. People would buy those older games, but they're so committed to the current product they don't want to do it.
I think that we will get a Tekken collection, but it's going to be when they twilight Tekken 8.
Ridiculous.
And
I
then
would
there'll
come back
be-
to that.
Yeah, there'll be a Tekken drought because Virtua Fighter will be out. They'll probably try to get some attention away from VF. Tekken 8 will be in its twilight year. And then they'll be like, oh, okay, here's all the old Tekken games whilst we wait for Tekken 9. They're not going to do it now. There's no benefit to them.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, thanks for having me on, and I would love to do a part 2 where I really cover a lot of the 2000s. There are so many stories. The 2000s have so many stories because there's just so many more players.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the 2000s.
Well, I've got some time next week if you want to do it.
Yeah,
next week.
because that's when gosh, so many of the Marvel 2 fights. I don't know what it is about Marvel players. Nobody puts hands on each other like Marvel players do. It just
It's because
Marvel-
the game is nutty, so the community was nutty as well.
Marvel, and so no. But
I've got videos from Marvel in the UK of players trying to put hands on each other, and I'm in the back of one of them sitting there like, what the fuck are these guys doing?
I just remember so many fights, so many. Oh my gosh, so many. Oh my gosh, there's so much in the 2000s to tell. So maybe we can do it on Friday if you want. Again, next Friday.
Monday and Friday are the only 2 days I can't.
Thursday.
Any other day, yeah, Thursday I can do it.
Sounds good. All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, bro. I'll see you in a bit.
Appreciate you, man.
Take care. All right, guys. Well, that was Tom Brady. C4, you missed it, man. We covered quite a bit of Marvel history. Tom's a treasure trove. It's a crime that he's not written a book or done an audio book yet. But we're going to push for him to do it because I think he knows so many players that are not here anymore. He could actually document their stories. And he could get guest speakers on. I'm sure people would love to help out with something like that. But anyway, so yes, I saw a couple of you asking in chat. That stream is still happening tomorrow. I am still going to be doing the stream with NBA. We're going to start 8 o'clock. I'm going to assume that he's not got a time limit because there's a lot for me to get through. And then Sunday, we've got the beef set stream. I put the promo on Twitter. As a matter of fact, I could probably play the pro just so you guys can see it. Yeah, I make those stupid promos for whenever I'm doing a beef set. What's happening? Actually, do you know what? I'll save it. I'll save it. Let's not lose any luster. What's happening tomorrow? So tomorrow I'm debating Mad Black Entertainment, who is a commentary channel, although most of the commentary I see is about Dragon Ball, but he doesn't class himself as such. I'm going to be debating him tomorrow. He also did a video about me, or a live stream about me yesterday, I think, or the day before, I can't remember. I've seen an hour and 40 minutes of it. I'm going to finish it off. I'm kind of glad he did that live stream because it was like, it was the perfect example of people that don't know how to listen. And so what I did is I basically took everything that he said. I wrote down a bunch of notes to reference. Obviously, he doesn't take down his streams or anything, so it'll be there to reference in case he thinks I'm lying. But I've written down a bunch of notes. I also went and did some other research based on the things that he said. I'll save that for tomorrow because he made some very interesting comments, and I was like, okay, we'll see about that. But that will be tomorrow. It's just going to be a one-on-one debate. I'm not going to have anybody else on. I promised him that I wouldn't have anybody else on, so it'll just be me and him. You guys are free to say what you want. Obviously, no slurs, no body shaming. But if you want to critique his arguments, you can critique his arguments. As long as no insulting his appearance and no dropping any flagrant language. Those are the only two things that I would ask. But yeah, yes, it should be an interesting conversation. I'm going to be very curious to hear how he pushes back against the points that I have. Shin Blade about to get clapped on all sides. Apparently, C4, Tope's a double agent. Yeah, bro. Do you know what? Tope, he did some shit, not even in this live stream, but in the previous one that I was watching, and I was like, that's not cool with me. That's not cool with me. And Tope's done he said a lot of things, obviously, that I disagree with, which I don't mind. But he did one thing. He made one comment in particular that got under my skin. And I was like, nah, I don't like it. And not to vague post. I'll just tell you what he said. NBA was talking about coming on this channel. And Tope was advising him to not come on here because of you guys. He was saying, don't come on here. Mike's chat is just going to get onto you. And I was like, first of all, respectfully, you've got to have no backbone to not go on a podcast because of a chat. I've been on plenty of podcasts where the chats are against me on channels that are much larger than my own, and I've been in Twitter spaces where nobody's on my side, and any speaker can come up and basically say what they want, whether it's his side of the community or even the Dragon Ball side where I was arguing with them. It was just me and Six World versus everybody else in there. There was a lot of people in there. So I think any man that reads a chat that is against them and is like, I'm going to stay away from here, I think that's a bit bitch made. But that's your own personal decision. I'm okay with that if that's a personal decision. But if you're advising other people to not come on my platform, I'm not okay with that. I don't mind if he cusses me out, but respectfully, just mind your own business. You don't need. I don't jump people on here. If I tell people things are going to be done a certain way, they're done that way. I always advise people beforehand what is going to be going on, like I've done with Mad Black, like I've done with Tope before. So I thought it was a little bit of a scumbag thing for him to do. So I just decided, you know what, I just won't, unless he comes to the channel, I just won't reply to any of his DMs or you know. I saw it, I was watching the live stream and I was like, that's such a lame thing to do. Like all the other things he was saying about me, that he's excited to see someone push back against me and Mike is this and Mike is that. I was like, that's fine, it's whatever. Because last time me and Tope had a one-on-one debate, he kind of just got massacred. He didn't even know what it was on about. But for him to advise people to not come on my platform, I'm not okay with that. I jumped red related, yeah. Oh, I forgot, sorry, my mistake. I jumped red, according to him. There was something that Mad Black did that was something that Red accused me of. I'm not going to crash out about it like Red did. But I read it and I was like, that's not true. He wrote in his in his live stream description that I received heavy backlash from the Sparking Zero and the Xenoverse community, and I kind of laughed when I read it, and I was like, okay. Let me actually, do you know what? Let me pull it up just in case he changes it, in case he sees this. Let me just show you guys what he wrote. I haven't finished the video yet. I don't know if you guys can see this. It says, is the Sparking Zero and Xenoverse 3 drama really this dumb, or is somebody hiding behind the noise? Mike Hollow caught a wave of backlash, and I was like, what backlash did I get? I didn't receive any backlash. I received disagreements about my takes on Sparking Zero, but that's not backlash. And then it dawned on me. I realized something when I read that, and I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. I'm gonna save it for tomorrow, because when I read that, I was like, I understand what is going on here. I understand fully. So it should be an interesting discussion. Yeah, the Ghetto Ball Z made me laugh. I was like, so silly. But yeah, that will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock UK time. So I don't know what time that is for you guys in the States. And then the beef set stream will be at 10 p.m. on Sunday, 10 p.m. in the evening. Praying for me. Yeah. Well, do you know what? I have an understanding with NBA, even though we don't see eye to eye. I know that he won't come on here and say anything mad, and he's going to be streaming it as well. So obviously he won't say anything too mad because he'll do up his own channel. But I don't, even though I disagree with him, I don't think he'd do something like that. I don't think he'd do something like that. But yeah. Praying for the channel to exist after tomorrow. Listen, the channel survived perfection, the natural selection, okay? The channel survived the Dokkan files, the channel survived the BlazBlue files, the channel survived Jason Elbow and D all the way G. The channel survived Tope. The channel survived a lot. It survived a lot. But there's a lot to talk about. I mean, there is one thing that NBA did that I really didn't appreciate, but I'll bring it up to him tomorrow. I'll bring it on. I've got receipts. I've got some receipts. So he did one thing that I really didn't like. But yeah, I know I'm not supposed to vague post. I said I won't, but you're gonna have to come by the stream tomorrow to see what it is. But yeah, no, do you know what? I had so much fun talking about Soul Calibur today. It doesn't get enough love. I hope that we see some Soul Calibur in the future. I know that's the one fighting game I've been praying for. So yeah, I'll leave you with that, guys. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you for all the super chats. I appreciate you guys supporting the streams as always. And stay safe out there, stay blessed, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords eternally retold.